Vice President Vance, the First Lady of the United States, members of the United States Congress, thank you very much. And to my fellow citizens, America is back. 6 weeks ago, I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America. From that moment on, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country. We have accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or 8 years, and we are just getting started. Thank you. I return to this chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back, our spirit is back, our pride is back, our confidence is back, and the American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before. The American dream is unstoppable, and our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed and perhaps will never witness again. There's never been anything like it. The presidential election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades. We won all 7 swing states, giving us an electoral college victory of 312 votes. We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our country. And won counties in our country, 2,700 to 525, on a map that reads almost completely red for Republican. Now, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact, it's an astonishing record, 27-point swing, the most ever. Likewise, small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded,
Mr. President.
A 41-point jump.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning. Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant at Arms to restore order to the joint session. Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir. Take your seat. Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant at Arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber. Go. Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House. Mr. President, you continue.
Thank you. Over the past 6 weeks, I have signed nearly 100 executive orders and taken more than 400 executive actions, a record to restore common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth all across our wonderful land. The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it. In fact, it has been stated by many that the first month of our presidency, it's our presidency, is the most successful in the history of our nation. By many. And what makes it even more impressive is that, do you know who number 2 is? George Washington. How about that? How about that? I don't know about that list, but we'll take it. Within hours of taking the oath of office, I declared a national emergency on our southern border, and I deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion of our country. And what a job they've done. As a result, illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever. They heard my words and they chose not to come. Much easier that way. In comparison, under Joe Biden, the worst president in American history, there were hundreds of thousands of illegal crossings a month, and virtually all of them, including murderers, drug dealers, gang members, and people from mental institutions and insane asylums, were released into our country. Who would want to do that? This is my 5th such speech to Congress. And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it, no matter what. Five times I've been up here. It's very sad, and it just shouldn't be this way. So Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America? For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's truly make America great again. Every day, my administration is fighting to deliver the change America needs to bring a future that America deserves, and we're doing it. This is a time for big dreams and bold action. Upon taking office, I imposed an immediate freeze on all federal hiring, a freeze on all new federal regulations, and a freeze on all foreign aid. I terminated the ridiculous Green New Scam. I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord, which was costing us trillions of dollars that other countries were not paying. I withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization. And I also withdrew from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council. We ended all of Biden's environmental restrictions that were making our country far less safe and totally unaffordable. And importantly, we ended the last administration's insane electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto workers and companies from economic destruction. To unshackle our economy, I have directed that for every one new regulation, 10 old regulations must be eliminated, just like I did in my very successful first term. And in that first term, we set records on ending unnecessary rules and regulations like no other president had done before. We ordered all federal workers to return to the office. They will either show up for work in person or be removed from their job. And we have ended weaponized government where, as an example, a sitting president is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me. How did that work out? Not too good. Not too good. And I have stopped all government censorship and brought back free speech in America. It's back. And 2 days ago, I signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America. I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America. And likewise, I renamed, for a great president, William McKinley, Mount McKinley again. Beautiful Alaska. We love Alaska. We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies all across the entire federal government and indeed the private sector and our military. and our country will be woke no longer. We believe that whether you are a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, or an air traffic controller, you should be hired and promoted based on skill and competence, not race or gender. Very important. You should be hired based on merit. And the Supreme Court, in a brave and very powerful decision, has allowed us to do so. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have removed the poison of critical race theory from our public schools, and I signed an order making it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. I also signed an executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports. Three years ago, Peyton McNabb was an all-star high school athlete, one of the best, preparing for a future in college sports. But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male, he smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury, partially paralyzing her right side and ending her athletic career. It was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never seen anything like it. Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and Peyton, from now on, schools will kick the men off the girls' team, or they will lose all federal funding. And if you really want to see numbers, just take a look at what happened in the women's boxing, weightlifting, track and field, swimming, or cycling, where a male recently finished a long-distance race, 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of a woman for a new record by 5 hours. Broke the record by 5 hours. It's demeaning for women, and it's very bad for our country. We're not going to put up with it any longer. What I have just described is only a small fraction of the common sense revolution that is now, because of us, sweeping the entire world. Common sense has become a common theme, and we will never go back. Never. Never going to let that happen. Among my very highest priorities is to rescue our economy and get dramatic and immediate relief to working families. As you know, we inherited from the last administration an economic catastrophe and an inflation nightmare. Their policies drove up energy prices, pushed up grocery costs, and drove the necessities of life out of reach for millions and millions of Americans. They've never had anything like it. We suffered the worst inflation in 48 years, but perhaps even in the history of our country. They're not sure. As president, I'm fighting every day to reverse this damage and make America affordable again. Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control. The egg price is out of control, and we're working hard to get it back down. Secretary, do a good job on that. You inherited a total mess from the previous administration. Do a good job. A major focus of our fight to defeat inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy. The previous administration cut the number of new oil and gas leases by 95%, slowed pipeline construction to a halt, and closed more than 100 power plants. We are opening up many of those power plants right now. And frankly, we have never seen anything like it. That's why on my first day in office, I declared a national energy emergency. As you've heard me say many times, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation on earth, and by far. And now I fully authorize the most talented team ever assembled to go and get it. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill. My administration is also working on a gigantic natural gas pipeline in Alaska, among the largest in the world, where Japan, South Korea, and other nations want to be our partner with investments of trillions of dollars each. There's never been anything like that one. It will be truly spectacular. It's all set to go. The permitting is gotten. And later this week, I will also take historic action to dramatically expand production of critical minerals and rare earths here in the USA. To further combat inflation, we will not only be reducing the cost of energy, but will be ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars. And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency, GOGE. Perhaps you've heard of it. Perhaps. Which is headed by Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight. Thank you, Elon. He's working very hard. He didn't need this. He didn't need this. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Everybody here, even this side, appreciates it, I believe. They just don't want to admit that. Just listen to some of the appalling waste we have already identified. $22 billion from HHS to provide free housing and cars for illegal aliens. $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is. $8 million to promote LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. $60 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America. $60 million. $8 million for making mice transgender. This is real. $32 million for a left-wing propaganda operation in Moldova. $10 million for male circumcision in Mozambique. $20 million for the Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. It's a program, $20 million for a program. $1.9 billion to recently created Decarbonization of Homes Committee, headed up, and we know she's involved. Just at the last moment, the money was passed over by a woman named Stacey Abrams. Have you ever heard of her? A $3.5 million consulting contract for lavish fish monitoring. $1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City. He's a real estate developer. He's done very well. $250,000 to increase vegan local climate action innovation in Zambia. $42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well with learning. I don't know what we're doing. Should use it ourselves. And $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education, the most ever paid, nothing even like it. Under the Trump administration, all of these scams, and they're far worse, but I didn't think it was appropriate to talk about them. They're so bad. Many more have been found out and exposed and swiftly terminated by a group of very intelligent, mostly young people, headed up by Elon, and we appreciate it. We found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud. And we've taken back the money and reduced our debt to fight inflation and other things. Taken back a lot of that money. We got it just in time. This is just the beginning. The Government Accountability Office, a federal government office, has estimated annual fraud of over $500 billion in our nation, and we are working very hard to stop it. We're going to. We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program for our seniors, and that our seniors and people that we love rely on. Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109 years old. It lists 3.6 million people from ages 110 to 119. I don't know any of them. I know some people that are rather elderly, but not quite that elderly. 3.47 million people from ages 120 to 129. 3.9 million people from ages 130 to 139. 3.5 million people from ages 140 to 149. And money is being paid to many of them, and we're searching right now. In fact, Pam, good luck. Good luck. You're going to find it. But a lot of money is paid out to people because it just keeps getting paid, and nobody does, and it really hurts Social Security and hurts our country. 1.3 million people from ages 150 to 159, and over 130,000 people, according to the Social Security databases, are age over 160 years old. We have a healthier country than I thought, Bobby. Including, to finish, 1,039 people between the ages of 220 and 229 one person between the age of 240 and 249, and one person is listed at 360 years of age. More than 100 years, more than 100 years older than our country. But we're going to find out where that money's going, and it's not going to be pretty. By slashing all of the fraud, waste, and theft we can find, we will defeat inflation, bring down mortgage rates, lower car payments and grocery prices, protect our seniors, and put more money in the pockets of American families. And today, interest rates took a beautiful drop, big, beautiful drop. It's about time. And in the near future, I want to do what has not been done in 24 years, balance the federal budget. We're going to balance it. With that goal in mind, we have developed in great detail what we are calling the Gold Card, which goes on sale very, very soon. For $5 million, we will allow the most successful job-creating people from all over the world to buy a path to U.S. citizenship. It's like the green card, but better and more sophisticated. And these people will have to pay tax in our country. They won't have to pay tax from where they came. The money that they've made, you wouldn't want to do that, but they have to pay tax, create jobs. They'll also be taking people out of colleges and paying for them so that we can keep them in our country instead of having them being forced out. Number one, at the top school, as an example, being forced out and not being allowed to stay and create tremendous numbers of jobs and great success for a company out there. So while we take out the criminals, killers, traffickers, and child predators who are allowed to enter our country under the open border policy of these people, the Democrats, the Biden administration, the open border insane policies that you've allowed to destroy our country. We will now bring in brilliant, hardworking, job-creating people. They're going to pay a lot of money, and we're going to reduce our debt with that money. Americans have given us a mandate for bold and profound change. For nearly 100 years, the federal bureaucracy has grown until it has crushed our freedoms, ballooned our deficits, and held back America's potential in every possible way. The nation founded by pioneers and risk takers now drowns under millions and millions of pages of regulations and debt. Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're rejected. Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again. And any federal bureaucrat who resists this change will be removed from office immediately. Because we are draining the swamp. It's very simple. And the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over. And the next phase of our plan to deliver the greatest economy in history is for this Congress to pass tax cuts for everybody. They're in there. They're waiting for you to vote. And I'm sure that the people on my right I don't mean the Republican right, but my right here. I'm sure you're going to vote for those tax cuts, because otherwise I don't believe the people will ever vote you into office. So I'm doing you a big favor by telling you that. But I know this group is going to be voting for the tax cuts. Thank you. It's a very, very big part of our plan. We had tremendous success in our first term with it. A very big part of our plan. We're seeking permanent income tax cuts all across the board. And to get urgently needed relief to Americans hit especially hard by inflation, I'm calling for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors. Good luck. And I also want to make interest payments on car loans tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America. And by the way, we're going to have growth in the auto industry like nobody's ever seen. Plants are opening up all over the place. Deals are being made. Never seen. That's a combination of the election win and tariffs. It's a beautiful word, isn't it? That, along with our other policies, will allow our auto industry to absolutely boom. It's going to boom. Spoke to the majors today, all three, the top people, and they're so excited. In fact, already numerous car companies have announced that they will be building massive automobile plants in America, with Honda just announcing a new plant in Indiana, one of the largest anywhere in the world. And this has taken place since our great victory on November 5th, a date which will hopefully go down as one of the most important in the history of our country. In addition, as part of our tax cuts, we want to cut taxes on domestic production and all manufacturing. And just as we did before, we will provide 100% expensing. It will be retroactive to January 20th, 2025. And it was one of the main reasons why our tax cuts were so successful in our first term, giving us the most successful economy in the history of our country. First term. We had a great first term. If you don't make your product in America, however, under the Trump administration, you will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries. On average, the European Union, China, Brazil, India, Mexico, and Canada, have you heard of them? And countless other nations charge us tremendously higher tariffs than we charge them. It's very unfair. India charges us auto tariffs higher than 100%. China's average tariff on our products is twice what we charge them. And South Korea's average tariff is 4 times higher. Think of that, 4 times higher. And we give so much help militarily and in so many other ways to South Korea, but that's what happens. This is happening by friend and foe. This system is not fair to the United States and never was. And so on April 2nd, I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to be accused of April Fool's Day. That's not, just one day cost us a lot of money. But we're going to do it in April. I'm a very superstitious person. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in. And whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them. That's reciprocal, back and forth. Whatever they tax us, we will tax them. If they do non-monetary tariffs to keep us out of their market, then we will do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market. There's a lot of that, too. They don't even allow us in their market. We will take in trillions and trillions of dollars and create jobs like we have never seen before. I did it with China and I did it with others, and the Biden administration couldn't do anything about it because there was so much money they couldn't do anything about it. We have been ripped off for decades by nearly every country on earth, and we will not let that happen any longer. Much has been said over the last 3 months about Mexico and Canada, but we have very large deficits with both of them. But even more importantly, they've allowed fentanyl to come into our country at levels never seen before, killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens and many very young, beautiful people, destroying families. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They are, in effect, receiving subsidies of hundreds of billions of dollars. We pay subsidies to Canada and to Mexico of hundreds of billions of dollars, and the United States will not be doing that any longer. We're not going to do it any longer. Thanks to our America First policies we're putting into place, we have had $1.7 trillion of new investment in America in just the past few weeks. The combination of the election and our economic policies that people of SoftBank, one of the most brilliant anywhere in the world, announced a $200 billion investment. OpenAI and Oracle, Larry Ellison, announced $500 billion investment, which they wouldn't have done if Kamala had won. Apple announced $500 billion investment. Tim Cook called me. He said, I cannot spend it fast enough. It's going to be much higher than that, I believe. They'll be building their plants here instead of in China. And just yesterday, Taiwan Semiconductor, the biggest in the world, most powerful in the world, has a tremendous amount, 97% of the market, announced a $165 billion investment to build the most powerful chips on earth right here in the USA. And we're not giving them any money. Your CHIPS Act is a horrible, horrible thing. We give hundreds of billions of dollars, and it doesn't mean a thing. They take our money and they don't spend it. All that meant to them, we're giving them no money. All that was important to them was they didn't want to pay the tariffs, so they came and they're building, and many other companies are coming. We don't have to give them money. We just want to protect our businesses and our people. And they will come because they won't have to pay tariffs if they build in America. So it's very amazing. You should get rid of the CHIP Act, and whatever's left over, Mr. Speaker, you should use it to reduce debt or any other reason you want to. Our new trade policy will also be great for the American farmer. I love the farmer, who will now be selling into our home market, the USA, because nobody is going to be able to compete with you. Because there's goods that come in from other countries and companies. They're really in a bad position in so many different ways. They're uninspected. They may be very dirty and disgusting, and they come in and they pour in and they hurt our American farmers. The tariffs will go on agricultural product coming into America, and our farmers, starting on April 2nd, it may be a little bit of an adjustment period. We had that before when I made the deal with China, $50 billion of purchases, and I said, just bear with me, and they did. They did. Probably have to bear with me again, and this will be even better. That was great. The problem with it was that Biden didn't enforce it. He didn't enforce it. $50 billion of purchases, and we were doing great, but Biden did not enforce it, and it hurt our farmers. But our farmers are going to have a field day right now. So to our farmers, have a lot of fun. I love you too. I love you too. It's all going to happen. And I have also imposed a 25% tariff on foreign aluminum, copper, lumber, and steel, because if we don't have, as an example, steel and lots of other things, we don't have a military, and frankly, we just won't have a country very long. Here today is a proud American steelworker, fantastic person from Decatur, Alabama, Jeff Denard. Has been working at the same steel plant for 27 years in a job that has allowed him to serve as the captain of his local volunteer fire department, raise 7 children with his beautiful wife, Nicole, and over the years provide a loving home for more than 40 foster children. So great, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Stories like Jeff's remind us that tariffs are not just about protecting American jobs. They're about protecting the soul of our country. Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. It won't be much. No, you're not. Oh. And look where Biden took us, very low, the lowest we've ever been. Jeff, I want to thank you very much. And I also want to recognize another person who has devoted herself to foster care community. She works so hard on it. A very loving person, our magnificent First Lady of the United States. Melania's work has yielded incredible results, helping prepare our nation's future leaders as they enter the workforce. Our First Lady is joined by 2 impressive young women, very impressive. Haley Ferguson, who benefited from the First Lady's Fostering the Future initiative and is poised to complete her education and become a teacher. And Elliston Berry, who became a victim of an illicit deepfake image produced by a peer. With Elliston's help, the Senate just passed the Take It Down Act, and this is so important. Thank you very much, John. John Thune, thank you. Stand up, John. Thank you, John. Thank you all very much. Thank you. And thank you to John Thune and the Senate. Great job. To criminalize the publication of such images online is terrible, terrible thing. And once it passes the House, I look forward to signing that bill into law. Thank you. And I'm going to use that bill for myself, too, if you don't mind. Because nobody gets treated worse than I do online. Nobody. That's great. Thank you very much to the Senate. Thank you. But if we truly care about protecting Americans' children, no step is more crucial than securing America's borders. Over the past 4 years, 21 million people poured into the United States. Many of them were murderers, human traffickers, gang members, and other criminals from the streets of dangerous cities all throughout the world. Because of Joe Biden's insane and very dangerous open border policies, they are now strongly embedded in our country, but we are getting them out and getting them out fast. And I want to thank Tom Homan and Christy. I want to thank you and Paul of Border Patrol. I want to thank you. What a job they've all done. Everybody, Border Patrol, ICE, law enforcement in general is incredible. We have to take care of our law enforcement. Have to. Last year, a brilliant 22-year-old nursing student named Lakin Riley, the best in her class, admired by everybody, went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia. That morning, Lakin was viciously attacked, assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and horrifically murdered. Lakin was stolen from us by a savage illegal alien gang member who was arrested while trespassing across Biden's open southern border and then set loose into the United States under the heartless policies of that failed administration. It was indeed a failed administration. He had then been arrested and released in a Democrat-run sanctuary city, a disaster, before ending the life of this beautiful young angel. With us this evening are Lakin's beloved mother, Allison, and her sister, Lauren. Last year, I told Lakin's grieving parents that we would ensure their daughter would not have died in vain. That's why the very first bill I signed into law as your 47th president mandates the detention of all dangerous criminal aliens who threaten public safety. It's a very strong, powerful act. It's called the Lakin-Riley Act. So Allison and Lauren, America will never, ever forget our beautiful Lakin Hope Riley. Thank you very much. Since taking office, my administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown in American history, and we quickly achieved the lowest numbers of illegal border crossers ever recorded. Thank you. The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation. We must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed was a new president. Thank you. Joe Biden didn't just open our borders, he flew illegal aliens over them to overwhelm our schools, hospitals, and communities throughout the country. Entire towns like Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio, buckled under the weight of the migrant occupation and corruption like nobody's ever seen before. Beautiful towns destroyed. Now, just as I promised in my inaugural address, we are achieving the great liberation of America. But there still is much work to be done. Here tonight is a woman I have gotten to know Alexis Nungary from Houston. Wonderful woman. Last June, Alexis's 12-year-old daughter, her precious Jocelyn, walked to a nearby convenience store. She was kidnapped, tied up, assaulted for 2 hours under a bridge, and horrifically murdered. Arrested and charged with this heinous crime are two illegal alien monsters from Venezuela, released into America by the last administration through their ridiculous open border. The death of this beautiful 12-year-old girl and the agony of her mother and family touched our entire nation greatly. Alexis, I promised that we would always remember your daughter, your magnificent daughter. And earlier tonight, I signed an order keeping my word to you. One thing I have learned about Jocelyn is that she loved animals so much. She loved nature. Across Galveston Bay, from where Jocelyn lived in Houston, you will find a magnificent national wildlife refuge, a pristine, peaceful, 34,000-acre sanctuary for all of God's creatures on the edge of the Gulf of America. Alexis, moments ago, I formally renamed that refuge in loving memory of your beautiful daughter, Jocelyn. So, Mr. Vice President, if you would, may I have the order? Thank you very much. All three savages charged with Jocelyn and Lakin's murders were members of the Venezuelan prison gang, the toughest gang, they say, in the world, known as Tren de Aragua. 2 weeks ago, I officially designated this gang, along with MS-13 and the bloodthirsty Mexican drug cartels, as foreign terrorist organizations. They are now officially in the same category as ISIS, and that's not good for them. Countless thousands of these terrorists were welcomed into the U.S. by the Biden administration. But now every last one will be rounded up and forcibly removed from our country, or, if they're too dangerous, put in jails, standing trial in this country, because we don't want them to come back ever. With us this evening is a warrior on the front lines of that battle, Border Patrol Agent Roberto Ortiz. Great guy. In January, Roberto and another agent were patrolling by the Rio Grande near an area known as Cartel Island. Doesn't sound too nice to me. When heavily armed gunmen started shooting at them, Roberto saw that his partner was totally exposed, at great danger, and he leapt into action, returning fire and providing crucial seconds for his fellow agent to seek safety, just barely. I have some of the prints of that event, and it was not good. Agent Ortiz, we salute you for your great courage and for your line of fire that you took, and for the bravery that you showed. We honor you, and we will always honor you. Thank you, Roberto, very much. Thank you, Roberto. And I actually got to know him on my many calls to the border. He's a great, great gentleman. The territory to the immediate south of our border is now dominated entirely by criminal cartels that murder, rape, torture, and exercise total control. They have total control over a whole nation, posing a grave threat to our national security. The cartels are waging war in America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels, which we are doing. Five nights ago, Mexican authorities, because of our tariff policies being imposed on them, think of this, handed over to us 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. That has never happened before. They want to make us happy. First time ever. But we need Mexico and Canada to do much more than they've done, and they have to stop the fentanyl and drugs pouring into the USA. They're going to stop it. I have sent Congress a detailed funding request laying out exactly how we will eliminate these threats to protect our homeland and complete the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than current record holder, President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a moderate man, but someone who believed very strongly in borders. Americans expect Congress to send me this funding without delay so I can sign it into law. So, Mr. Speaker, John Thune, both of you, I hope you're going to be able to do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Leader, thank you. Thank you very much. And let's get it to me. I'll sign it so fast, you won't even believe it. And as we reclaim our sovereignty, we must also bring back law and order to our cities and towns. In recent years, our justice system has been turned upside down by radical left lunatics. Many jurisdictions virtually ceased enforcing the law against dangerous repeat offenders while weaponizing law enforcement against political opponents like me. My administration has acted swiftly and decisively to restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law, starting at the FBI and the DOJ. Pam, good luck. Cash, wherever you may be, good luck. Good luck. Pam Bondi. Good luck. So important. It's going to do a great job. Cash, thank you. Thank you, Cash. They've already started very strong. They're going to do a fantastic job. You're going to be very proud of them. We're also once again giving our police officers the support, protection, and respect they so dearly deserve. They have to get it. They have such a hard, dangerous job, but we're going to make it less dangerous. The problem is the bad guys don't respect the law, but they're starting to respect it, and they soon will respect it. This also includes our great fire departments throughout the country. Our firemen and women are unbelievable people, and we'll never forget them. And besides that, they voted for me in record numbers, so I have no choice. One year ago this month, 31-year-old New York police officer Jonathan Diller, unbelievably wonderful person and a great officer, was gunned down at a traffic stop on Long Island. I went to his funeral. The vicious criminal charged with his murder had 21 prior arrests, and they were rough arrests, too. He was a real bad one. The thug in the seat next to him had 14 prior arrests, and went by the name of Killer. He was Killer. He killed other people, they say, a lot of them. I attended Officer Diller's service, and when I met his wife and one-year-old son, Ryan, it was very inspirational, actually. His widow's name is Stephanie, and she is here tonight. Stephanie, thank you very much, Stephanie. Thank you very much. Stephanie, we're going to make sure that Ryan knows his dad was a true hero, New York's finest, and we're going to get these cold-blooded killers and repeat offenders off our streets, and we're going to do it fast. Got to stop it. They get out with 28 arrests. They push people into subway trains. They hit people over the head, back of the head with baseball bats. We got to get them out of here. I've already signed an executive order requiring a mandatory death penalty for anyone who murders a police officer. And tonight I'm asking Congress to pass that policy into permanent law. I'm also asking for a new crime bill getting tough on repeat offenders while enhancing protections for America's police officers so they can do their jobs without fear of their lives being totally destroyed. They don't want to be killed. We're not going to let them be killed. Joining us in the gallery tonight is a young man who truly loves our police. His name is DJ Daniel. He is 13 years old, and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer. But in 2018, DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors gave him 5 months at most to live. That was more than 6 years ago. Since that time, DJ and his dad have been on a quest to make his dream come true, and DJ has been sworn in as an honorary law enforcement officer, actually a number of times. The police love him, the police departments love him. And tonight, DJ, we're going to do you the biggest honor of them all. I am asking our new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service. Thank you, DJ. DJ's doctors believe his cancer likely came from a chemical he was exposed to when he was younger. Since 1975, rates of child cancer have increased by more than 40%. Reversing this trend is one of the top priorities for our new presidential commission to make America healthy again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. With the name Kennedy, you would have thought everybody over here would have been cheering. How quickly they forget. Our goal is to get toxins out of our environment, poisons out of our food supply, and keep our children healthy and strong. As an example, not long ago, and you can't even believe these numbers, 1 in 10,000 children had autism, 1 in 10,000. And now it's 1 in 36. There's something wrong. 1 in 36. Think of that. So we're going to find out what it is, and there's nobody better than Bobby and all of the people that are working with you. You have the best to figure out what is going on. Okay, Bobby, good luck. It's a very important job. Thank you. Go get him. Thank you. My administration is also working to protect our children from toxic ideologies in our schools. A few years ago, January Littlejohn and her husband discovered that their daughter's school had secretly socially transitioned their 13-year-old little girl. Teachers and administrators conspired to deceive January and her husband while encouraging her daughter to use a new name and pronouns. They, them pronoun, actually, all without telling January, who is here tonight and is now a courageous advocate against this form of child abuse. January, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Stories like this are why, shortly after taking office, I signed an executive order banning public schools from indoctrinating our children with transgender ideology. I also signed an order to cut off all taxpayer funding to any institution that engages in the sexual mutilation of our youth. And now I want Congress to pass a bill permanently banning and criminalizing sex changes on children and forever ending the lie that any child is trapped in the wrong body. This is a big lie. And our message to every child in America is that you are perfect exactly the way God made you. Because we're getting wokeness out of our schools and out of our military, and it's already out, and it's out of our society. We don't want it. Wokeness is trouble. Wokeness is bad. It's gone. It's gone. And we feel so much better for it, don't we? Don't we feel better? Our service members won't be activists and ideologues. They will be fighters and warriors. They will fight for our country. And Pete, congratulations. Secretary of Defense, congratulations. And he's not big into the woke movement, I can tell you. I know him well. I am pleased to report that in January, the U.S. Army had its single best recruiting month in 15 years and that all armed services are having among the best recruiting results ever in the history of our services. What a difference. And you know, it was just a few months ago where the results were exactly the opposite. We couldn't recruit anywhere. We couldn't recruit. Now we're having the best results just about that we've ever had. What a tremendous turnaround. It's really a beautiful thing to see. People love our country again. It's very simple. They love our country and they love being in our military again. So it's a great thing. And thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. We're joined tonight by a young man, Jason Hartley, who knows the weight of that call of duty. Jason's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather all wore the uniform. Jason tragically lost his dad, who was also a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy when he was just a boy, and now he wants to carry on the family legacy of service. Jason is a senior in high school, a six-letter varsity athlete, a really good athlete, they say, a brilliant student with a 4.46, that's good, GPA. And his greatest dream is to attend the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. And Jason, that's a very big deal getting in. That's a hard one to get into. But I'm pleased to inform you that your application has been accepted. You will soon be joining the Corps of Cadets. Thank you. Jason, you're going to be on the long gray line, Jason. As Commander-in-Chief, my focus is on building the most powerful military of the future. As a first step, I'm asking Congress to fund a state-of-the-art Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland, all made in the USA. And Ronald Reagan wanted to do it long ago, but the technology just wasn't there, not even close. But now we have the technology. It's incredible, actually. And other places, they have it. Israel has it. Other places have it. And the United States should have it too, right, Tim, right? They should have it too. So I want to thank you. But it's a very, very important. This is a very dangerous world. We should have it. We want to be protected, and we're going to protect our citizens like never before. To boost our defense industrial base, we are also going to resurrect the American shipbuilding industry, including commercial shipbuilding and military shipbuilding. And for that purpose, I am announcing tonight that we will create a new Office of Shipbuilding in the White House and offer special tax incentives to bring this industry home to America where it belongs. We used to make so many ships. We don't make them anymore very much, but we're going to make them very fast, very soon. It will have a huge impact. To further enhance our national security, my administration will be reclaiming the Panama Canal, and we've already started doing it. Just today, a large American company announced they are buying both ports around the Panama Canal and lots of other things having to do with the Panama Canal and a couple of other canals. The Panama Canal was built by Americans for Americans, not for others, but others could use it. But it was built at tremendous cost of American blood and treasure. 38,000 workers died building the Panama Canal. They died of malaria. They died of snake bites and mosquitoes. Not a nice place to work. They paid them very highly to go there, knowing there was a 25% chance that they would die. The most expensive project also that was ever built in our country's history, if you bring it up to modern day costs. It was given away by the Carter administration for $1, but that agreement has been violated very severely. We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Now we have Marco Rubio in charge. Good luck, Marco. Now, we know who to blame if anything goes wrong. Marco's been amazing, and he's going to do a great job. Think of it. He got 100 votes. You know, he was approved with actually 99, but the 100th was this gentleman, and I feel very certain. So let's assume he got 100 votes. And I'm either very, very happy about that or I'm very concerned about it. But he's already proven. I mean, he's a great gentleman. He's respected by everybody, and we appreciate you voting for Marco. He's going to do a fantastic job. Thank you. Thank you. He's doing a great job. Great job. And I also have a message tonight for the incredible people of Greenland. We strongly support your right to determine your own future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America. We need Greenland for national security and even international security. And we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. But we need it really for international world security. And I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it. We will keep you safe. We will make you rich, and together we will take Greenland to heights like you have never thought possible before. It's a very small population, but very, very large piece of land and very, very important for military security. America is once again standing strong against the forces of radical Islamic terrorism. 3.5 years ago, ISIS terrorists killed 13 American service members and countless others in the Abbey Gate bombing during the disastrous and incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan. Not that they were withdrawing, it was the way they withdrew. Perhaps the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Tonight, I am pleased to announce that we have just apprehended the top terrorist responsible for that atrocity, and he is right now on his way here to face the swift sword of American justice. And I want to thank especially the government of Pakistan for helping arrest this monster. This was a very momentous day for those 13 families who I actually got to know very well, most of them, whose children were murdered, and the many people that were so badly, over 42 people, so badly injured on that fateful day in Afghanistan. What a horrible day. Such incompetence was shown. That when Putin saw what happened, I guess he said, wow, maybe this is my chance. That's how bad it was. Should have never happened. Grossly incompetent people. I spoke to many of the parents and loved ones, and they're all in our hearts tonight. Just spoke to them on the phone. We had a big call. Every one of them called, and everybody was on the line, and they did nothing but cry with happiness. They were very happy, as happy as you can be under those circumstances. Their child, brother, sister, son, daughter was killed for no reason whatsoever. In the Middle East, we're bringing back our hostages from Gaza. In my first term, we achieved one of the most groundbreaking peace agreements in generations, the Abraham Accords. And now we're going to build on that foundation to create a more peaceful and prosperous future for the entire region. A lot of things are happening in the Middle East. People have been talking about that so much lately with everything going on with Ukraine and Russia. But a lot of things are happening in the Middle East. It's a rough neighborhood, actually. I'm also working tirelessly to end the savage conflict in Ukraine. Millions of Ukrainians and Russians have been needlessly killed or wounded in this horrific and brutal conflict with no end in sight. The United States has sent hundreds of billions of dollars to support Ukraine's defense with no security, with no anything. Do you want to keep it going for another 5 years? Yeah, you would say Pocahontas says yes. "2,000 people are being killed every single week. More than that. They're Russian young people. They're Ukrainian young people. They're not Americans, but I want it to stop. Meanwhile, Europe has sadly spent more money buying Russian oil and gas than they have spent on defending Ukraine, by far. Think of that. They've spent more buying Russian oil and gas than they have defending. And we've spent perhaps $350 billion, like taking candy from a baby. That's what happened. And they've spent $100 billion. What a difference that is. And we have an ocean separating us, and they don't. But we're getting along very well with them, and lots of good things are happening. Biden has authorized more money in this fight than Europe has spent by billions and billions of dollars. It's hard to believe that they wouldn't have stopped it and said at some point, come on, let's equalize. You got to be equal to us. But that didn't happen. Earlier today, I received an important letter from President Zelensky of Ukraine. The letter reads, Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Nobody wants peace more than the Ukrainians, he said. My team and I stand ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace that lasts. We do really value how much America has done to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty and independence. Regarding the agreement on minerals and security, Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time that is convenient for you. I appreciate that he sent this letter, just got it a little while ago. Simultaneously, we've had serious discussions with Russia and have received strong signals that they are ready for peace. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful? It's time to stop this madness. It's time to halt the killing. It's time to end this senseless war. If you want to end wars, you have to talk to both sides. Nearly 4 years ago, amid rising tensions, a history teacher named Mark Fogel was detained in Russia and sentenced to 14 years in a penal colony. Rough stuff. The previous administration barely lifted a finger to help him. They knew he was innocent, but they had no idea where to begin. But last summer, I promised his 95-year-old mother, Malphine, that we would bring her boy safely back home. After 22 days in office, I did just that, and they are here tonight. To Mark and his great mom, we are delighted to have you safe and sound and with us. As fate would have it, Mark Fogel was born in a small rural town in Butler, Pennsylvania. Have you heard of it? Where his mother has lived for the past 78 years. I just happened to go there last July 13th for a rally. That was not pleasant. And that is where I met his beautiful mom right before I walked onto that stage. And I told her I would not forget what she said about her son. And I never did I? Never forgot. Less than 10 minutes later, at that same rally, gunfire rang out, and a sick and deranged assassin unloaded 8 bullets from his sniper's perch into a crowd of many thousands of people. My life was saved by a fraction of an inch, but some were not so lucky. Corey Comparator was a firefighter, a veteran, a Christian, a husband, a devoted father, and above all, a protector. When the sound of gunshots pierced the air, it was a horrible sound. Corey knew instantly what it was and what to do. He threw himself on top of his wife and daughters and shielded them from the bullets with his own body. Corey was hit really hard. You know the story from there. He sacrificed his life to save theirs. 2 others, very fine people, were also seriously hit. But thankfully, with the help of 2 great country doctors, we thought they were gone and they were saved. So those doctors had great talent. We're joined by Corey's wife, Helen, who was his high school sweetheart, and their 2 beloved daughters, Allison and Kaylee. Thank you. To Helen, Allison, and Kaylee, Corey is looking down on his 3 beautiful ladies right now, and he is cheering you on. He loves you. He is cheering you on. Corey was taken from us much too soon, but his destiny was to leave us all with a shining example of the selfless devotion of a true American patriot. It was love like Corey's that built our country, and it's love like Corey's that is going to make our country more majestic than ever before. I believe that my life was saved that day in Butler for a very good reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. I believe that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. From the patriots of Lexington and Concord to the heroes of Gettysburg and Normandy, from the warriors who crossed the Delaware to the trailblazers who climbed the Rockies, and from the legends who soared at Kitty Hawk, to the astronauts who touched the moon. Americans have always been the people who defied all odds, transcended all dangers, made the most extraordinary sacrifices, and did whatever it took to defend our children, our country, and our freedom. And as we have seen in this chamber tonight, that same strength, faith, love, and spirit is still alive and thriving in the hearts of the American people. Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free, and we will fight for it till death. We will never let anything happen to our beloved country, because we are a country of doers, dreamers, fighters, and survivors. Our ancestors crossed a vast ocean, strode into the unknown wilderness, and carved their fortunes from the rock and soil of a perilous and very dangerous frontier. They chased our destiny across a boundless continent. They built the railroads, laid the highways, and graced the world with American marvels like the Empire State Building, the mighty Hoover Dam, and the towering Golden Gate Bridge. They lit the world with electricity, broke free of the force of gravity, fired up the engines of American industry, vanquished the communists, fascists, and Marxists all over the world, and gave us countless modern wonders sculptured out of iron, glass, and steel. We stand on the shoulders of these pioneers who won and built the modern age. These workers who poured their sweat into the skylines of our cities. These warriors who shed their blood on fields of battle and gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. Now it is our time to take up the righteous cause of American liberty. And it is our turn to take America's destiny into our own hands and begin the most thrilling days in the history of our country. This will be our greatest era. With God's help, over the next 4 years, we are going to lead this nation even higher, and we are going to forge the freest, most advanced, most dynamic, and most dominant civilization ever to exist on the face of this earth. We are going to create the highest quality of life, build the safest and wealthiest and healthiest and most vital communities anywhere in the world. We are going to conquer the vast frontiers of science, and we are going to lead humanity into space and plant the American flag on the planet Mars and even far beyond. And through it all, we are going to rediscover the unstoppable power of the American spirit. And we are going to renew unlimited promise of the American dream. Every single day, we will stand up and we will fight, fight, fight for the country our citizens believe in and for the country our people deserve. My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future, because the golden age of America has only just begun. It will be like nothing that has ever been seen before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
You have been watching President Donald Trump's joint address to Congress, which just concluded in the U.S. House chamber. He is still making his way out of the House, being greeted by lawmakers following the speech. But just in case it comes up quickly, I want to let you know that next up, we expect to hear the Democratic response from Senator Alyssa Slotkin of Michigan. We'll be bringing you those remarks as soon as they begin. But for now, we are still seeing President Trump making his way out of the chamber. Many of these lawmakers who have been listening to him now hoping to get that selfie. Some of them may, as they do at the State of the Union, may be having him sign copies of his remarks. Sometimes we see that.
The chair declares the joint session of the two houses now dissolved.
There's Speaker Mike Johnson officially calling an end to these proceedings. I'm still here with Josh Boak. And Josh, we'll talk maybe a little bit later after the Democratic response, dive a little bit deeper into the president's remarks. But one thing that's notable to see how empty this chamber already is, with many of the Democrats who had stuck around. Some of them did leave during the president's remarks, but we saw a pretty swift move toward the exits from a lot of members of the opposition party.
Right. They exited fast. And President Trump's speech was really focused at that MAGA red meat. So it's not surprising that Democrats wanted to get out of the room. We saw repeatedly President Trump essentially kind of daring them to clap, whether that was for DJ Daniel, the cancer survivor who was sworn into the Secret Service, or Mexico bringing in cartel members. Trump was clearly trying to say that Democrats weren't on his side. Now, Democrats in their defense are going to say, look, his policies aren't delivering the results he's promising.
Definitely some of those heartstrings moments, though, as you mentioned, when especially there were children. There was a young man in there who the president said had been admitted to West Point, a young man desirous of an appointment to that military academy. So those kinds of moments, as you say, maybe kind of daring the other side who doesn't agree with the policies that are being discussed not to applaud for moments like that we saw from some of those guests up in the balcony.
And when you talk to Trump supporters, those moments really matter to them. Now, again, the flip side on this is Trump also positioned the United States against the rest of the world tonight, whether that was Panama Canal, whether that was additional tariffs he's planning to place as soon as April, whether that was Greenland. This was a president who really did not come in here looking to make peace like he did in 2017 or even 2018 or 2019. He wanted to aggressively assert his agenda, and we'll see if that actually pays off.
We're still seeing some official action happening on the House floor, procedural stuff that we're accustomed to seeing, but many of the members are leaving. The president has clearly already left. And as we noted, we are still awaiting Michigan Democratic Senator Alyssa Slotkin's response to the president's remarks. So all of those lawmakers that we saw there in the chamber are now making that reverse journey out of the House chamber back through Statuary Hall for some of them. But at more than an hour and 40 minutes, I would imagine that many of them are now ready to move on with the rest of their evening. That's how long we heard from the president tonight. Just about as long as some of his campaign speeches that I remember from being out on the trail. Not his longest ever, but definitely a lot of things discussed.
This was the longest speech I've heard from him that didn't end with YMCA, right? Right. This was a very long speech, a lot of words. And when you think about it, in these days, these speeches exist to be cut up on social media and reprocessed. So the length doesn't necessarily matter as much as it once did. But if you're watching this, this is an endurance contest for the lawmakers. And the Republicans, they wanted to keep that energy going. The Democrats wanted to show their opposition. Some people might have seen the Democrats holding up signs saying that the president was lying or not telling the truth. And that was kind of their effort to push back. We also saw a Texas Congressman, Al Green, get removed very early on from the chamber in what was a largely symbolic protest in which afterward he told reporters that he plans to work on articles of impeachment against Trump. And
that's something that we have seen from Congressman Green in years past. I think in 2017, in President Trump's first term, again in 2019, he was still already introducing those articles of impeachment. So clearly a theme for him, but also something we can expect to see more of this time.
And that's really a big takeaway. We are still a highly divided country. The polarization is there. It doesn't look like it's going away. If anything, tonight showed us that it will intensify.
As we await this Democratic response, just what is your big thematic takeaway tonight? I know you said that this was kind of a red meat speech for the president's supporters, many of whom are in that chamber and those members of Congress. But issue-wise, I know you were listening out for tariffs. What did we hear about tariffs and potential action on that front?
Well, the president indicated that tariffs are coming for Europe, Brazil, Canada, Mexico, South Korea. He went through that whole list. This is really MAGA against the rest of the world. And I think that that concept is unifying for his base. We don't know if it truly delivers the results. Many of the claims he made about tax cuts and balancing the budget, again, those are intention. The details here really matter. The rhetoric is not enough. He made some bold claims by saying, I'll create an office of shipbuilding, but there are no details on what he would do. He wants to pull back the CHIPS funding, which helps to build computer chip factories in the US. The irony.
Hi, everyone. I'm Melissa Slotkin. I'm honored to have the opportunity to speak tonight. It's late, so I promise to be a lot shorter than what you just watched. I won't take it personally if you've never heard of me. I'm the new senator from the great state of Michigan, where I grew up. I've been in public service my entire life because I happened to be in New York City on 9/11 when the Twin Towers came down. Before the smoke cleared, I knew I wanted to make a life in national security. I was recruited by the CIA and did 3 tours in Iraq alongside the military. In between, I worked at the White House under President Bush and President Obama, 2 very different leaders who both believed that America is exceptional. You can find that same sense of patriotism here in Wyandotte, Michigan, where I'm speaking from tonight. It's a working class town just south of Detroit. President Trump and I both won here in November. It might not seem like it, but plenty of places like this still exist across the United States. Places where people believe that if you work hard and play by the rules, you should do well and your kids should do better. It reminds me of how I grew up. My dad was a lifelong Republican, my mom a lifelong Democrat, but it was never a big deal because we had shared values that were bigger than any one party. We just went through another fraught election season. Americans made it clear that prices are too high and that the government needs to be more responsive to their needs. America wants change, but there's a responsible way to make change and a reckless way. And we can make that change without forgetting who we are as a country and as a democracy. So that's what I'm going to lay out tonight. Because whether you're from Wyandotte or Wichita, most Americans share 3 core beliefs: that the middle class is the engine of our country, that strong national security protects us from harm, and that our democracy, no matter how messy, is unparalleled and worth fighting for. Let's start with the economy. Michigan literally invented the middle class, the revolutionary idea that you could work at an auto plant and afford the car you were building. That's the American dream. And in order to expand and protect the middle class, we have to do a few basic things. We need to bring down the price of things we spend the most money on: groceries, housing, healthcare. We need to make more things in America with good-paying union jobs and bring our supply chains back home from places like China. We need to give American businesses the certainty they need to invest and create the jobs of the future. And we need a tax system that's fair for people who don't happen to make $1 billion. Look, the president talked a big game on the economy, but it's always important to read the fine print. So, do his plans actually help Americans get ahead? Not even close. President Trump is trying to deliver an unprecedented giveaway to his billionaire friends. He's on the hunt to find trillions of dollars to pass along to the wealthiest in America. And to do that, he's going to make you pay in every part of your life. Grocery and home prices are going up, not down, and he hasn't laid out a credible plan to deal with either of those. His tariffs on allies like Canada will raise prices on energy, lumber, and cars, and start a trade war that will hurt manufacturing and farmers. Your premiums and prescriptions will cost more because the math on his proposals doesn't work without going after your health care. Meanwhile, for those keeping score, the national debt is going up, not down. And if he's not careful, he could walk us right into a recession. And one more thing. In order to pay for his plan, he could very well come after your retirement, the Social Security, Medicare, and VA benefits you worked your whole life to earn. The president claims he won't, but Elon Musk just called Social Security the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time. While we're on the subject of Elon Musk, is there anyone in America who is comfortable with him and his gang of 20-year-olds using their own computer servers to poke through your tax returns, your health information, and your bank accounts? No oversight, no protections against cyber attack, no guardrails on what they do with your private data. We need a more efficient government. You want to cut waste? I'll help you do it. But change doesn't need to be chaotic or make us less safe. The mindless firing of people who work to protect our nuclear weapons, keep our planes from crashing, and conduct the research that finds the cure for cancer, only to rehire them 2 days later, no CEO in America could do that without being summarily fired. Okay, so we've talked about economic security. How about national security? Let's start with the border. As someone who spent my whole career protecting our homeland, every country deserves to know who and what is coming across its border, period. Democrats and Republicans should all be for that. But securing the border without actually fixing our broken immigration system is dealing with the symptom and not the disease. America is a nation of immigrants. We need a functional system keyed to the needs of our economy that allows vetted people to come and work here legally. So I look forward to the president's plan on that. Because here's the thing, today's world is deeply interconnected. Migration, cyber threats, AI, environmental destruction, terrorism. One nation cannot face these issues alone. We need friends in all corners, and our safety depends on it. President Trump loves to say peace through strength. That's actually a line he stole from Ronald Reagan. But let me tell you, after the spectacle that just took place in the Oval Office last week, Reagan must be rolling in his grave. We all want an end to the war in Ukraine, but Reagan understood that true strength required America to combine our military and economic might with moral clarity. And that scene in the Oval Office wasn't just a bad episode of reality TV. It summed up Trump's whole approach to the world. He believes in cozying up to dictators like Vladimir Putin and kicking our friends like the Canadians in the teeth. He sees American leadership as merely a series of real estate transactions. As a Cold War kid, I'm thankful it was Reagan and not Trump in office in the 1980s. Trump would have lost us the Cold War. Donald Trump's actions suggest that in his heart, he doesn't believe we're an exceptional nation. He clearly doesn't think we should lead the world. Look, America is not perfect, but I stand with the majority of Americans who believe we are still exceptional, unparalleled. And I would rather have American leadership over Chinese or Russian leadership any day of the week. Because for generations, America has offered something better. Our security and our prosperity, yes, but our democracy, our very system of government, has been the aspiration of the world. And right now, it's at risk. It's at risk when the president decides you can pick and choose what rules you want to follow, when he ignores court orders and the Constitution itself, or when elected leaders stand by and just let it happen. But it's also at risk when the president pits Americans against each other, when he demonizes those who are different and tells certain people they shouldn't be included. Because America is not just a patch of land between two oceans. We are more than that. Generations have fought and died to secure the fundamental rights that define us. Those rights and the fight for them make us who we are. We're a nation of strivers, risk takers, innovators, and we are never satisfied. That is America's superpower. And look, I've lived and worked in many countries. I've seen democracies flicker out. I've seen what life is like when a government is rigged. You can't open a business without paying off a corrupt official. You can't criticize the guys in charge without getting a knock at the door in the middle of the night. So as much as we need to make our government more responsive to our lives today, don't for one moment fool yourself that democracy isn't precious and worth saving. But how do we actually do that? I know a lot of you have been asking that question. First, don't tune out. It's easy to be exhausted, but America needs you now more than ever. If previous generations had not fought for this democracy, where would we be today? Second, hold your elected officials, including me, accountable. Watch how they're voting. Go to town halls and demand they take action. That's as American as apple pie. Third, organize. Pick just one issue you're passionate about and engage. And doom scrolling doesn't count. Join a group that cares about your issue and act. And if you can't find one, start one. Some of the most important movements in our history have come from the bottom up. In closing, we all know that our country is going through something right now. We're not sure what the next day is going to hold, let alone the next decade. But this isn't the first time we've experienced significant and tumultuous change as a country. I'm a student of history, and we've gone through periods of political instability before. And ultimately, we've chosen to keep changing this country for the better. But every single time, we've only gotten through those moments because of two things: engaged citizens and principled leaders. Engaged citizens who do a little bit more than they're used to doing to fight for the things that they care about, and principled leaders who are ready to receive the ball and do something about it. So thank you tonight for caring about your country. Just by watching, you qualify as engaged citizens. And I promise that I and my fellow Democrats will do everything in our power to be the principled leaders that you deserve. Good night, everyone.
You've been listening to the Democratic response to Trump's joint address to Congress. That was Michigan Senator Alyssa Slotkin. She talked a little bit there about immigration. And Josh, that's one more thing that I wanted to discuss with you about the president's speech. It seemed like there were a lot of things that he was discussing that thematically were tied to other issues, but had a genesis for him in the need to reform immigration in the United States. What were your takeaways on that front?
No surprise, right? Since he started his presidential career, Trump has focused nonstop on trying to limit immigration. And he did the big thing in which he blames, he talks about angel families, people who've lost loved ones to people who entered the country illegally. That's been his big push to say this is why we need to restrict immigration and illegal border crossings. So not a surprise there, but it's also something he's been talking about for years and hasn't really delivered the kinds of lasting results that he promised he would do.
Yeah, he was bringing some of those angel families into the House chamber as guests. We saw several of them. Laken Riley's family was there, the family of Jocelyn Nungarai, the girl from Texas, who became her family became a mainstay at the end of the campaign.
And had a national park named after her, right? That was a big moment.
One of the big surprises or announcements that came during that speech. So yes, not a new issue for President Trump, but it remains to be seen, I guess, what kind of progress he's able to bring forward in this next term of his administration.
And his big thing was he said, Congress, you need to work with me on this. So this is one of those items where he feels he can't do it all by himself.
Absolutely. Thank you, Josh, as always, for being with us tonight and walking through all of these remarks and the issues. I really appreciate it.
Always delightful, Meg.
And thank you all for being with us. This concludes our part of AP's live coverage of President Donald Trump's joint address to Congress. You can find more of our reporting on apnews.com. Thank you so much and have a good night.
All right, folks, let me see. I see some other responses going on. Hang on. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I couldn't make out the signs. I saw them holding up something, but they switched the camera so fast didn't even get a chance to see what it says.
Reality is that by the time the speech ended, many Democrats had already left the floor out of protest, and the president engaged with them. We heard him use an unfortunate term to refer to the senator from Massachusetts, Elizabeth Warren. And so it was a very, very contentious speech. And I think it speaks to how divided the American public is. And that is something we have seen. Anybody who thought the president was going to come in tonight and speak to all Americans was wrong. As Rick mentioned, he came in and one of the first things he said is he compared himself to our amazing founders and said he is a better president than even George Washington. And that, of course, elicited groans and boos from Democrats. So this is a president who is doubling down, as he always has, on his base. And, even the remarks he made pertaining to things like tariffs, telling farmers, much to the dismay of even Republicans, that they would have fun, as they battle with tariffs, which will make it very, very hard for them. Police officers, he is going to, think about and talk about supporting police officers. You heard Democrats yell back, what about January 6th? Because, of course, those police officers did not feel that they were treated well. So, it was a very contentious speech from start to finish. There was even a Democrat who held up a speech that said, this is not normal. That was ripped down by a Republican. And it was not normal.
President Trump has made his way out of the House chamber now, and obviously he'll have a couple of folks to talk to on his way out of the building. Kaylee, he is scheduled to be there for a bit, and they do have a bit to talk about. But Rick, I wonder, what will this be remembered for? The way it started, lawmakers actually being escorted from the room, the chanting and so forth, or some of the lines that Donald Trump managed to land?
No, I think the circus nature of it will be forgotten pretty quickly. Those things don't usually tend to lend a lasting impression. Look, I think we learned something important tonight, which was, it sounds like the Ukraine relationship with the United States is been mended, and that we're going to start moving toward a more robust relationship with Ukraine again, and that there are conversations that Trump's having with Putin and the Russian side toward some kind of a ceasefire or peace plan. So to me, that is a big moving part. But I think anybody who says that Trump isn't serious about keeping these tariffs on is missing the whole speech tonight. To him, these were the soul of the country, these tariffs, and he's been preaching these for a long time. I think this is public policy. It's probably going to be priced in after tonight in a much longer term way than what it's been.
Yeah, he said with the tariffs, there may be a bit of an adjustment period for the farmers specifically, and then later said that there will be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. I guess
Short-term pain.
We'll see how much pain there is and
if
everybody really is okay with that. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, our signature panel, will be sticking with us. But right now we want to check back in with Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern, who is in Statuary Hall at the Capitol. And Anne-Marie, I would imagine people are now flooding out of the chamber and heading your way.
Absolutely. Flooding out of the chamber. Some Democratic senators we did see flood out a little bit earlier, like Senator Bernie Sanders, who left with there still being, about 30 minutes ago, and there was still some time left in this speech. I'd love to pick up on Rick's point there, though, about tariffs, because there was a little bit of nuance to what Trump said. Yes, 100%. Trump believes you tax us, we tax you. He reiterated the timeline of when tariffs will be going on, especially April 2nd, when it comes to those reciprocal tariffs. But we heard earlier today from Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, who I'll be speaking to tomorrow morning, and he really opened the door for potentially some sort of deal, maybe bringing down the levy when it comes to Canada and Mexico. And Trump said something tonight that I think is being missed right now. He said he spoke to the heads of 3 major automakers today. We know that the automakers are the ones that, if they are USMCA compliant, they want to be a carve out. So potentially there's room for tariffs maybe to stay on, but maybe the word exemptions is going to start to really percolate when it comes to how this administration is going to be talking about trade.
Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern live on Capitol Hill. We'll be checking back with Anne-Marie. Interesting, Rick, as we fold the panel back in here, to think that the Commerce Secretary stepped in front of the president today. Is that what happened?
Yeah, look, I mean, he got a lot of attention today with the press by making some comments that somehow within the next 24 hours, there'd be something new to report on tariffs. And maybe that's true, right? We don't take for granted the fact that Donald Trump is the sole, policy expert when it comes to these tariffs, and he's going to make the decisions on them. But look, I think we're really talking around the edges. Tariffs are going to be a regime that Donald Trump uses to punish countries that don't do his bidding, to settle scores when it comes to trade, to equalize these reciprocal tariffs in order to equalize it and lower our trade deficits, and to take some pressure off American taxpayers, who he is intent on lowering the burden of taxes on them. So it is a comprehensive plan that I think, he reiterated today. And sure, these tariffs can go up and down, but there will be tariffs for the foreseeable future.
Well, and obviously, to your point, Rick, he sees this as feeding into the overall revenue picture as he's pursuing tax cuts. He said in this address, and we've heard this floated a few times now, Jeannie, this notion that we're going to balance the federal budget. The plans that Congress currently has laid out on spending and taxes do not, we should point out, call for a balanced budget right now. That is not actually on the table.
That is not on the table. Of course, we know Donald Trump added a lot to the debt in his first term, and with all the promises he's making about tax cuts, coupled with where we are at $36 trillion in debt, you're hard to imagine that they are going to get anywhere close to that. And this is where the numbers
Jeannie,
have
I'm
never
going to
added
interrupt
up.
you. I'm sorry. We're now getting the Democratic response from the junior senator from Michigan. Senator Alyssa Slotkin has just begun. Let's listen on Bloomberg TV and
Senator
radio.
From the great state of Michigan, where I grew up. I've been in public service my entire life because I happened to be in New York City on 9/11 when the Twin Towers came down. Before the smoke cleared, I knew I wanted to make a life in national security.
Address to a joint session of Congress as we bring you live coverage here, special coverage on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. I want to get back to Capitol Hill now, where Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern is surrounded by a sea of dignitaries and lawmakers who were at the speech earlier. Anne-Marie?
It's absolutely packed here, especially when it comes to the president's cabinet. They're his secretaries, and specifically given the fact that he made a lot of news this evening when it comes to things like tariffs and energy. That's why we're so lucky right now to be joined by Energy Secretary Chris Wright, an individual who made the move from the business sector. You were an engineer as well, spent your entire career in energy, and now you're going to be leading the president's policies. I want to pick up on one thing he said today. The president keeps talking about raw minerals. What in the United States do we have in terms of rare earths or critical minerals that we can actually start building and digging here?
Oh, we have tremendous mineral resources, or I should say underground minerals. To make them resources, you've got to be able to permit a mine and build the mine and develop it. So the United States is historically a big mining country, but in the last years, it's become very hard to permit new mines. But we have antimony, a key defense metal in this country that's not being mined today. We've got ability to expand our copper production, a key metal for industrial growth.
There's been a copper mine on hold in Arizona. What are the plans for that?
Exactly. And we'll dig into that one deeper. But that looks like a high-grade copper mine that should move forward. The Resolution Mine, I believe it's called. So we have a ton of resources. Our country has just become a place where it's hard to do something and it's easy to stop something. So part of our goal in the Trump administration is to make it easier for businesses and entrepreneurs to develop resources in the United States, create jobs here in the United States, and therefore push prices down.
How long do you think it's going to take?
Mining has been historically very slow. The United States was recently ranked the second slowest country in the world to develop a mine. From finding a resource to developing a mine has averaged over 20 years. But there's projects further along that we want to nudge over the line and get into production.
I guess I asked that question because the pendulum shifts so much, so that if you're an investor, potentially what happens in 4 years if you put money into a project like Keystone Pipeline and then it gets yanked with a new administration. How are you going to give the business community this confidence that they can invest and that investment is here to stay?
That is a great question. Some of the things we could do, like an energy department, we just stopped permitting new LNG export terminals in the last administration. We've immediately started that back. But other things, to your point, things that we need to change in law or in statute, they may take a little longer to happen, but we want to make some permanent changes. So the United States is a desired place to invest in again, as we have been historically. But I think you've seen in this president's first 45 days, announcements of enormous size investments coming to this country. So I think the feel of a different business climate, the feel of the return of common sense is there, but we do have to put more of this actually into law so it's long lasting.
We saw OPEC Plus say they're going to add more barrels to the market. They've been on hiatus with this for about 2 years. At the same time, President Trump's Treasury Secretary talks about the United States adding 3 million more barrels. What's the price that's acceptable for consumers, but also enough for drillers to want to make sure that they're drilling again?
So dependent upon costs. You know, historically, maybe that's been $70 to $80 the last 4 years. But I think with the Trump administration, it's going to become easier and less risky to get permits. The cost to do business is going to go down. So I think
even with tariffs?
I think so. Absolutely. The tariffs right now are on the margin to push investment into the United States, to make more materials and more support in the United States. But I think you're going to see break-even costs become lower in the United States, and we should see a drift downward in oil prices, as we've seen in the last 2 months.
Do you have a price?
I can't predict the future, or I'd be an oil trader. But what we want is lower prices for oil, lower prices for gasoline and diesel, electricity and home heating, all of those. We want to increase supply and therefore drive down price.
Energy Secretary Chris Wright, thank you so much for your time. That was, of course, the new Energy Secretary, Chris Wright, repeating what we hear a lot from this president, lower energy prices.
Drill, baby, drill. Got a big applause in the chamber this evening. Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern, thank you so much. We'll check back in with her in just a moment, but we return first to our signature panel and Bloomberg Politics contributors, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. Jeannie, I want to get your reaction quickly while we can to Senator Alyssa Slotkin's response that we just heard. Anne-Marie was talking to the Energy Secretary there about tariffs. Senator Slotkin says a trade war will hurt manufacturing and farmers. If he's not careful, speaking of the president, he could walk us right into a recession. Did she have the right message?
I think she did. I mean, her broad message overall on the economy and security was that there is a right way to make change. And she said change is needed. And there's a reckless way to do it. And she said Donald Trump is veering on the reckless end of that. And she gave as an example, you know, Elon Musk talking about the fact that Social Security is the greatest Ponzi scheme. That was just a reminder to what she says is the reckless way in which Trump, both on the economy and on national security, is pursuing these policies. So it's a tough speech to give, but I thought her tone, particularly in contrast to Donald Trump's, was right on.
What did you think of this? A typically thankless job, if not a humiliating one, to deliver the party response. Democrats chose to make it clean, no kitchen tables, just a bunch of American flags, play it straight to the camera. Did she deliver the message?
Yeah, I think she delivered a Republican message. I mean, like, which side is she on? I mean, she's talking about Ronald Reagan. She's talking about national debt. I mean, like, a very, very centrist message for Democrats, and a very, very similar message you'd hear from a mainstream Republican who would be giving a speech like that after a Democratic president would have come to the chamber. I mean, I don't think she made any mistakes. There's a lot that I think a lot of voters are going to like about that. But she is way to the right of her party. I mean, while she's giving that speech, you have Bernie Sanders, who decided to leave early so that he could give his own version of this speech. And I don't know what he said tonight, because we were listening to the sometimes Republican Alyssa Slotkin. But, like, that's the problem with the Democratic Party, is there's no one party. There's the left, represented by Bernie Sanders, and a moderate middle, more represented by Alyssa Slotkin.
Well, we're going to hear from a prominent Democrat right now who might take issue with that characterization. Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern is joined now live from Capitol Hill by California Senator Adam Schiff. Anne-Marie?
Thanks so much, Joe. Yeah, let's get the senator's take on what Rick was just talking about. They're talking about the fact that you have Senator Slotkin giving the response a little bit more of a moderate Democrat. At the same time, Bernie Sanders decided to leave the speech to give his own speech. Is the Democratic Party at this moment able to talk about policy with one voice?
Oh, I think we're quite united on the fact that Donald Trump tonight gave Americans no reason to believe he was going to do anything about the struggles they're facing, nothing about bringing down the cost of goods. He spent more time talking about Greenland and about the Panama Canal than he did what he's doing to reduce prices. And of course, in that department, he's been an abject failure. No wonder he wanted to avoid the subject. But, you know, keeping the focus on what he said, what he didn't say, so much firehood of falsehood about Social Security, so many hypocritical claims supporting law enforcement and then pardoning the people that beat police officers in this very space where we're standing. There was a lot to analyze in the president's speech, and none of it particularly good.
Is there something that you think you can work with your Republican colleagues on the rest of the year?
Well, it really depends on whether they're willing to stand up to this president. I would love to work with my Republican colleagues on supporting Ukraine, something that the vast majority of them believe, that we shouldn't be essentially catering to the Kremlin dictator. But you heard none of that in the speech tonight. No willingness to stand up to Putin. I would love to work on providing continued support for Ukraine. I'd love to work with my Republican colleagues on bringing down the cost of things. That is not the president's priority, though, and at this point, they are still in lockstep with him, as destructive as that march is.
Senator Adam Schiff, thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you.
Joe Cayley, of course, the senator from California, thinks the party can unite on just making sure they're targeting what they don't like, the criticisms they see when it comes to things like this evening, when you have Trump speaking on the chamber's floor.
Absolutely. With Ukraine among the topics we heard the president speaking about. Anne-Marie, thank you so much. And on the note of Ukraine, we turn back to Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. Rick, it is notable. The president once again was talking about the money the U.S. has spent toward Ukraine, actually inflating it. He says it's $350 billion. The actual amount appropriated by Congress is $183 billion. And all of that even went directly to Ukraine. But when we consider that there were lawmakers, including the Speaker of the House, who was behind him for the duration of this address, who were supportive of passing that aid. Do you sense here that there could be a U.S. shift back toward Ukraine, given some of the other remarks President Trump made about how he was happy to receive that letter from Zelensky today?
Yeah, look, I mean, I think we're in a period of time where the Republican Party is singularly defined by Donald Trump. So if Donald Trump says that extra support to Ukraine would help give him a card to play with Vladimir Putin to get him to the peace table, they'll do that. If he says cut off aid like he did yesterday and suspend military assistance, they're going to say okay with us. So I think what we saw tonight was a president completely in command of his party. They stood up every time he finished a sentence and applauded. This is a party that he will dictate terms of their legislative agenda and the national agenda, and they will pull that rope anywhere he tells them to go. So I think, yes, I mean, I think that as long as Donald Trump has it in his mind that additional support to Ukraine strengthen his hands to get peace, he made it totally clear he wants to stop the bloodshed on the border between Ukraine and Russia, and Ukraine will either benefit from that or pay a price.
Let's bring our audience right back to Capitol Hill now live. Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern has another member of the Trump administration standing by. Anne-Marie?
That's right. A new Secretary for Housing and Urban Development, Scott Turner. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. So the president outlined his agenda and a lot of his policies, but you're a brand new secretary. What are you hoping to achieve?
Well, you know, tonight was really a fantastic time and a powerful time, and President Trump outlining the America First agenda. And as the Secretary of HUD, you know, we also have an America First agenda to serve the American people. At HUD, we serve the most vulnerable citizens in our country. And as far as priorities, you know, we have a housing affordability crisis in our country. And so we want to bring up the supply and decrease the costs, either by regulatory reform, by public-private partnerships. A couple of weeks ago, we took down the AFFH rule, which was really a social engineering of neighborhoods. And so we want to bring back local control, decrease the costs, working with localities, bring federal costs down. And so homelessness in our nation, you know, went up 18%.
Doesn't so much of this have to do with where mortgage rates are right now? And that's pretty much out of your control. Do you see the housing market being able to move if mortgage rates are not coming down?
Well, since President Trump came in, mortgage rates have been coming down every week. And that's a big problem. In America, people can't afford to buy houses because inflation is up, mortgage rates are up, the cost is up. And so we want to bring the cost down and increase the supply. And so President Trump on the first day signed an executive order, to restore housing affordability and decrease the cost for every American in our country.
We do know that the Biden administration had a goal of making sure individuals, especially in rural areas, were able to access the internet through broadband. Now we're seeing a lot of reports that potentially they want to do away with that, but have individuals access Starlink. Do you think Elon Musk's Starlink should be used? I imagine this would come under your purview.
Well, actually, HUD is housing. And as you know, when the hurricane hit North Carolina, Elon and Starlink were some of the first to restore their internet for people there in North Carolina. It really saved a lot of people's lives and families. And so we are hopeful, that we can get more broadband and Starlink out to our rural families. And yes, with housing, we also need housing in rural areas, workforce and affordable housing. And so working together with the other agencies, with our DOGE task force, with the president and the White House, we will restore and bring in housing to rural, urban, and tribal communities in our country.
Housing is a big issue for this election. Secretary, thank you so much for your time this evening. Of course, that was new Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Scott Turner there. His key focus, as you might expect, housing.
No surprise there. Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern in Statuary Hall. Thank you so much. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzana, our signature political panel, still with us. Jeannie, we did hear a bit about mortgage rates from the president today. He suggested that he's going to bring them down, or they will bring them down. That was one element of his economic messaging. But when you think about the speech in totality, all 100 minutes of it, was there enough of that in there for the American voter, given what we've seen suggested in polling leading up to this?
I don't think there was. I think the president really missed an opportunity tonight. And that opportunity was to speak to the American public about what they are experiencing as they go to the grocery store. This is a man who, 24 hours ago, put in place enormous tariffs, which will have impacts directly on the American public. And he didn't take the opportunity tonight to explain to them why they would be feeling this pain. In fact, he told farmers who are going to be feeling it to have some fun. And so it is that kind of message that just falls flat. And that's why, as you juxtapose that to what the senator from Michigan was talking about, she is 100% right, that there is a way to achieve change. She won in the same state Donald Trump did. There's a way to do things responsibly, and there's a recklessness. And he has been reckless with the economy so far, and he's been reckless with security.
How's this going to feel tomorrow, Rick? Everyone has a chance to sleep on it. We get a bunch of analysis, wake up to morning columns. Then we're going to look at futures when they open, reflecting on what you said earlier about the heart of this speech tonight being tariffs.
Yeah, anybody who was trading on the idea that Howard Lutnick was espousing earlier today, that somehow these tariffs were going to be modified to a point where they didn't have a big impact, they're going to wake up with another sensibility. I think there's no daylight in this speech on what the Trump administration plans to do with the use of tariffs. And I was surprised. The one thing that I thought was something that the Trump administration could have bought into was the CHIPS Act. I mean, the idea that we've, allocated billions of dollars to spur chip development in the United States, I thought was an agenda item that Donald Trump would take from the Biden administration and embrace. But oh no, any monies that were not spent up to this point in time on the CHIPS Act are going to be recaptured and used to reduce the debt, at least, based on what Donald Trump said tonight. So, and at the same time, announcing that TSMC just yesterday was going to build a massive commitment of tens of billions of dollars to build more facilities here in the United States. So look, I mean, I think there are a lot of people in the business community who will be looking with a fine-tooth comb to figure out what the pathway is going to be. I think you're you're going to see pretty much what you would have expected at the beginning of this administration.
I will point out that the Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick just caught up with some reporters in Statuary Hall after leaving the chamber. He reiterated that there will be an announcement on tariffs on Canada and Mexico tomorrow. Jeannie, should we really expect this? It almost is tomorrow, in fact. It's 23 minutes to midnight.
I am holding my breath. I can't wait to find out, because the speech we heard, the president seemed to be doubling down on those tariffs. Could he change his mind? Certainly, and perhaps the Commerce Secretary knows what is coming, but it does not seem like what we heard from the president tonight. He seems very invested in pursuing a policy of tariffs, and it is a long-term commitment from the president.
You think we see a signing ceremony soon with President Zelensky?
I do think it's possible. He sounded like it would be
I thought he was
possible
going to
tonight.
come down from the rafters at one point.
Yeah, and of course, you know, that would be welcomed by all of us. And the President Zelensky sent a very conciliatory message today. The president reiterated that. So if that is doable and that is possible, that is certainly welcome news. And I think that was the biggest news that was made tonight, in addition to the tariffs, was that we may see a deal with Zelensky.
We have less than a minute left here, Rick, but obviously we heard a lot from the president tonight about what he's done in the last 6 weeks. Can he keep up this pace for the next 6 weeks on tariff announcements or anything else?
Yeah, look, I mean, obviously hundreds of executive orders aren't going to be replicated in the course of, every 6 months. But the reality is that they are up to a fast pace. And I would imagine as these cabinet secretaries dig into their agencies, they're going to find things that they're going to be reversing and engineering on their own. So, yeah, I think this is going to be an administration, whether it's sustainable over years, we'll see. But I think this is going to be a year of massive change in Washington, and it's going to go on for quite some time to come.
This has been a great conversation with our signature panel, and many thanks to Jeannie Sheehan Zaino and Rick Davis for being with us on a special edition of Balance of Power. Many thanks to you as well, and get a jump
I guess earlier I missed Mr. Trudeau respond to Donald Trump and his tariffs. But I was trying to find, because I like to flash back in time. Let me tell you something. Y'all know I stopped my nervous eating. And I'm getting nervous. That's why I can't do politics. I don't want to do it no more. I don't want to be involved. No. Listen, you know how I like my life. Easy peasy, stress free. I don't like all this. It's too much. But I like to flash back in time, and Zelensky reminded me of another contentious visitor that I don't know. I know I think it was in the White House, but I also remember the same dude having an interview with several media affiliates, right? Media outlets. And he was he was rude. He didn't speak English. I think he was from the Middle East. And I'm trying to remember which administration it was. I don't know if it was Obama or was it Bush. I don't think he went as far as back as Bush. I think it was Obama. And he had this little smirk. He was short. He had dark hair. And it was, I don't know why I thought it was so funny. And he had interviews with CBS or somebody. I think it was CBS because I'm picturing faces. And he was just talking real smart. I like to flash back and laugh at those things because those things crack me up. But let's check in and see what Jason Trudeau had to say earlier. So
their closest partner and ally, their closest friend. At the same time, they're talking about working positively with Russia, appeasing Vladimir Putin, a lying, murderous dictator. Make that make sense. Canadians are reasonable and we are polite, but we will not back down from a fight. Not when our country and the well-being of everyone in it is at stake. At the moment, the US tariffs came into effect in the early hours of this morning, and so did the Canadian response. Canada will be implementing 25% tariffs against $155 billion worth of American goods, starting with tariffs on $30 billion worth of goods immediately, and tariffs on the remaining $125 billion of American products in 21 days' time. Should these tariffs not cease, we are in active and ongoing discussions with provinces and territories to pursue several non-tariff measures. Measures which will demonstrate that there are no winners in a trade war. Now, just like I did a month ago, I want to speak first directly to the American people. We don't want this. We want to work with you as a friend and ally. And we don't want to see you hurt either. But your government has chosen to do this to you. As of this morning, markets are down and inflation is set to rise dramatically all across your country. Your government has chosen to put American jobs at risk, at the thousands of workplaces that succeed because of materials from Canada or because of consumers in Canada, or both. They've chosen to raise costs for American consumers on everyday essential items like groceries and gas, on major purchases like cars and homes, and everything in between. They've chosen to harm American national security, impeding access to the abundant critical minerals, energy, building materials, and fertilizers that we have and that the United States needs to grow and prosper. They've chosen to launch a trade war that will, first and foremost, harm American families. They've chosen to sabotage their own agenda that was supposed to usher in a new golden age for the United States. And they've chosen to undermine the incredible work we've done together to tackle the scourge that is fentanyl, a drug that must be wiped from the face of the earth. So on that point, let me be crystal clear. There is absolutely no justification or need whatsoever for these tariffs today. Now, the legal pretext your government is using to bring in these tariffs is that Canada is apparently unwilling to help in the fight against illegal fentanyl. Well, that is totally false. Let's look at the facts. Our border is already safe and secure. Far less than 1% of fentanyl flows and less than 1% of illegal crossings into the United States comes from Canada. But we acted because we know we can always do better. We responded to concerns, including from the president, by implementing an ambitious $1.3 billion border plan A border plan that includes generational investments in new AI and imaging tools to stop the flow of fentanyl in its tracks, stronger coordination and information sharing with American agencies, along with the deployment of drones, helicopters, and additional personnel to keep our border secure. Now, a month ago, as part of an agreement with the United States that paused the tariffs, we made further commitments. We appointed Kevin Brosseau as our fentanyl czar, a man who dedicated his multi-decade career in law enforcement to combating organized crime networks and drug trafficking. We designated 7 drug cartels, sick, evil groups who cynically profit off the pain and suffering of people on both sides of the border, as the terrorist organizations that they are. And just yesterday, we launched a new joint operations partnership supported by a $200 million investment between Canada's security and law enforcement agencies, a partnership that will enhance the coordination of information and intelligence in order to thwart criminal gangs involved in the illegal fentanyl trade. And critically, our actions are working. As the U.S. Customs and Border Protection just acknowledged, there was a 97% drop in fentanyl seizures from January compared to December, to a near zero low of less than half an ounce seized in January, even with all the further enforcements and actions we've taken at the borders. In sum, we stepped up. We engaged closely and constructively with the president and his administration. We did everything we promised. We stuck to our word. And we did it because we believe in working together to protect our citizens. Now I want to speak directly to one specific American, Donald. In the over 8 years you and I have worked together, we've done big things. We signed a historic deal that has created record jobs and growth in both of our countries. We've done big things together on the world stage, as Canada and the US have done together for decades, for generations. And now we should be working together to ensure even greater prosperity for North Americans in a very uncertain and challenging world. Now, it's not in my habit to agree with the Wall Street Journal, but Donald, they point out that even though you're a very smart guy, this is a very dumb thing to do. We two friends fighting is exactly what our opponents around the world want to see. And now to my fellow Canadians. I won't sugarcoat it. This is going to be tough, even though we're all going to pull together, because that's what we do. We will use every tool at our disposal so Canadian workers and businesses can weather this storm, from expanding EI benefits and making them more flexible to providing direct supports to businesses. We will be there as needed to help. But Canada, make no mistake, no matter how long this lasts, no matter what the cost, the federal government and other orders of government will be there for you. We will defend Canadian jobs. We will take measures to prevent predatory behavior that threatens Canadian companies because of the impacts of this trade war, leaving them open to takeovers. We will relentlessly fight to protect our economy. We will stand up for Canadians every single second of every single day, because this country is worth fighting for. Les derniers mois ont été stressants et honnêtement épuisants
All right, while the Prime Minister is speaking in French, I want to bring in CNN's Paula Newton. She's joining us from Ottawa, CNN White House reporter Elena Treen. Paula, I've covered U.S.-Canadian relations for many, many years. I grew up in Buffalo, New York, right on the border with Canada. Our family used to go to Canada, to Ontario, Crystal Beach. Every summer we had a home there. So I spent a lot of time growing up effectively in Canada. I have never seen this U.S.-Canadian relationship deteriorate as seriously as it has right now. The Prime Minister of Canada saying the U.S. has declared a trade war against Canada. Have you ever seen this U.S.-Canadian relationship as bad as it is right now?
Absolutely not, Wolf. And I echo, your thoughts. In my entire lifetime, Wolf, in terms of what you speak and that very close friendship between Americans and Canadians, I have never seen anti-Americanism reach this height in my entire lifetime. And I want to note, Wolf, that was the Prime Minister, the man who will not be Prime Minister much longer, probably a matter of days. And it was really Justin Trudeau unplugged, saying that he could speak to the American people themselves in a blunt, forceful way, because he doesn't have anything to lose now politically. And I do note that he basically said, Donald, addressing him directly, you are a smart man, but echoing the words of the Wall Street Journal, this is a dumb thing to do. He also made it clear, though, to Canadians, Wolf, that, look, he's not going to sugarcoat it, and this will be tough. Well, what's interesting here is that so many people across Canada are echoing what the Prime Minister has said. We have had leaders of provinces say that they're actually breaking up with America. And make no mistake here, Wolf, this will hurt Canadians. This will really bite, but it will also hurt many Americans as well. In terms of what happens going forward, Wolf, this is escalation. And Justin Trudeau is putting the United States on notice that there will be escalation. Key, though, he did speak to those strategic industries. When we talk about critical minerals, we've heard so much about how many Ukraine has. Canada arguably has some of the largest deposits of critical minerals in the world. They were willing to certainly open themselves up to even American companies that wanted to come in and try and exploit that and try and clear some of the regulatory hurdles. It's clear the Trump administration was not interested. Well, if this is a decoupling, not just from Canada, but certainly many, many Western allies, and Europe right now, who've also been put on notice about tariffs in April, are taking note. What happens next? We continue to see the fallout. We do hear that more measures, including what we discussed weeks ago about things like U.S. alcohol coming right off the shelves in Canada. That's just one example of something that will hit Republican states like Kentucky that will not be able to sell much of their bourbon into Canada at all. But there is so much more here at stake. Key is energy, both oil, but also natural gas and also electricity. And Canada on the table right now has a threat of putting an export tariff on that, which will instantly make
Paula,
energy
hold on for a
much more
moment, because the
expensive
Prime
for
Minister
Americans.
has started taking some questions from reporters. He's speaking about Vice President Pence right now. Vice President Vance right now. I want to listen.
Show very clearly that in terms of taking action on fentanyl, we are doing everything that is necessary, and not just for the United States, for ourselves as well, as Canadians are suffering as well from the scourge that is illegal fentanyl. We have laid out extensive plans, actions, cooperations, including as recently as the past days in Washington, and they have always been very well received. And the numbers bear that out. I think in what President Trump said yesterday, that there is nothing Canada or Mexico can do to avoid these tariffs, underlines very clearly what I think a lot of us have suspected for a long time, that these tariffs are not specifically about fentanyl, even though that is the legal justification he must use to actually move forward with these tariffs.
The United
So we
States
were
has
just
announced
hearing
it's
there,
suspending
he's taking
aid for
questions,
Ukraine.
the Prime Minister Justin Trudeau of Canada, and saying that basically this idea that the reason for these tariffs is because of fentanyl is a false pretext. And he talks about all the things that Canada has done to crack down, and that less than 1% of fentanyl that was seized at the U.S. border was from Canada. Elena, it struck me, you're at the White House, and I'm wondering, he talked about how he hasn't talked to Trump yet. He hopes to. He called him, he tried to appeal to him directly, saying Donald. And he said, you know, you're a smart man, but this is dumb, saying that he agreed with the Wall Street Journal. Is there any reaction from the White House, Elena?
From the moments that we've heard him say that, not yet that I've heard, Paula. But look, this is something, or Pamela, excuse me, this is something that I think is definitely going to receive a reaction from the president and the White House. This is some of the strongest language we have heard yet from the prime minister. A couple of things that really stuck out to me from what he has said. He said that they have stepped up, that they have been engaging repeatedly in conversations as recently in the last couple of days with the Trump administration, that they are doing everything that they can. As you mentioned, I think the point where he was addressing Donald, he was addressing the president directly by name, using that harsh language, going on to say, you know, we've worked together, we've had a relationship for several years, we've done big things together, we should be working together now. All things that we have heard, you know, him say and maybe more nicer or friendlier terms before, but now you're hearing a very direct, harsh language from the prime minister. Look, I mean, from what the president said yesterday and what has been kind of clear is he said yesterday that he doesn't believe there's any more room to negotiate when it comes to what Canada and Mexico are doing. He has said very clearly that he believes they aren't doing enough on fentanyl. You heard the prime minister argue that he doesn't believe that's actually what these tariffs are about. And then today, you've heard a lot of Donald Trump's cabinet members, people like Howard Lutner, the Commerce Secretary. You've heard Peter Navarro, a key trade advisor to the president, argue that if they do see some real changes in stemming the flow of migrants and fentanyl from coming over the border, that perhaps these tariffs will be called off. But clearly, this is a huge deterioration with allies that we have had. And one thing, of course, I think the real change that we could see is in the reaction that the president and the White House has to how the United States economy is being impacted already over the last couple of days, the last 2 days. We've seen the stock market drop some 1,300 points. We're seeing different companies like Target saying prices are going to increase. That is something as well that will ignite some sort of reaction from this White House.
Yeah, we see the Dow Jones Industrials down now. Just today, 788 points, at least so far, now 790 points. We heard the Prime Minister, Elena, cite the Wall Street Journal editorial in today's Wall Street Journal, usually a conservative editorial page. The headline is Trump takes the dumbest tariff plunge. And it writes this: we've courted Mr. Trump's ire by calling the Mexico and Canada levies the dumbest in history, and we may have understated the point. Mr. Trump is whacking friends, not adversaries. And you know, it's interesting because this U.S.-Canada relationship, which has always been so strong, so powerful, has now deteriorated to where this is going on.
It's stunning. And he talked about the fact that this is exactly what our adversaries want, to see this deterioration of an alliance that has so much history, Wolf.
I want to bring in retired U.S. Army General, former NATO Supreme Allied Commander Wesley Clark. He's joining us right now. General Clark, thanks so much for joining us. Let me first of all get your reaction to Prime Minister Trudeau's condemnation of what the Trump administration is doing here.
Well, I think he's exactly right when he says that it's not about fentanyl. What is it about? What is it about when you want to sever the relationships with your closest ally? You know, you're worried about Chinese and Russian ships in the Arctic, and so we're going to have a breach of our work with Canada. It doesn't make sense. And so when you try to understand this, doesn't make economic sense, doesn't make strategic sense. It's just a break in the way that the U.S. operates. And yes, the market's going down, Wolf, because when you look at something like this, it's not just about the tariffs. It's about the credibility of the United States. It's about the trustworthiness of the president. It's about what kind of leadership he brings to the United States. There were issues in the election. People knew this, but people were concerned about the economy. Let's look at the economy. But I'm concerned about what's happening in global affairs and U.S. security. And when I see what's being done to Canada, a nation that's always been our ally. When I was NATO commander, I couldn't have gotten any stronger support from any nation than I did from Canada, as strong as the support I had from the United States. And yet, here we are isolating Canada and isolating the United States really from our nearest neighbors. It's a real threat to U.S. security. It's not about fentanyl. It's about how to keep America safe, and this isn't the way to do it.
It's hard to believe that this is going on. General Clark, the Wall Street Journal, in that editorial today, Trump takes the dumbest tariff plunge. They also write this: Mr. Trump is whacking friends, not adversaries. You agree with that?
I do. And you know, well, if I was talking to some other analysts this morning, some very smart people on the inside, I think some people working in the administration really understand that President Trump's being played by Mr. Putin. But I don't know if President Trump really understands that. After smashing our relationships with allies, and I'm sure this will make President Putin really happy too, after doing this and enticing Putin to come to the table, what are we going to say to him? He's going to ask for more and more and more. What's it really about? And so I look at this as a severe departure from a normal pattern of United States national security processes. We're bipartisan. We're nonpartisan in national security. And President Trump has come in here and wants to turn the table upside down. He wants to somehow cozy up to Mr. Putin and disregard and insult and separate the United States from our allies. This is not going to end well.
Yeah, it's a pretty, very, very serious situation unfolding right now. U.S. credibility with allies on the line right now. General Wesley Clark, thank you very, very much. And
you're not acting.
You know, I don't really know what to say. After hearing the Prime Minister say that it was less than 1% fentanyl that came from Canada at that border, and you heard Trump say it has something to do with fentanyl and it has something to do with this, that, and the third, and it's all lies. It's all lies. And you know why they can't explain it, and it doesn't make sense, and it's a disconnect, and what he's doing on one end isn't justifying that end, because it's not about that end. It all has something to do with trying to get that budget down quick and fast. That's what it has something to do with. Guarantee you. I don't have time for this. I don't have time for this stress. Baby. No, baby. This is too much. That's why it doesn't make any sense. Because it's not about what they're saying it's about. It's not about correcting no fentanyl and this and that and whatever. It's not about that. He's trying to come in and trying to balance that budget. Remember, the last time America had a surplus was back in 2001 under Bill Clinton, right? We had a consistent surplus, I believe it's from 98 to 2001. Okay? Remember, Donald Trump wants to be better than any president ever. Okay, so only thing he's going to do is just go over, look across the board and see, okay, what was this president most historical achievements and things of that nature, right? And you heard him say he's going to balance the budget. I'm telling you, it has something to do with that goddamn budget. That's why none of it is making sense. They're going through making out, and you heard one of the news anchors say that they fired people only in you have to 2 days to hire them back because they're just going through seeing what they can cut and cutting it without a plan, without it making sense, without any justification, whatever, and they're making shit up as they go because it's about trying to get that budget down, trying to do something historical, trying to deliver on something that they can deliver on, okay? But it's a way to go by. It's not going to happen the road the road they're taking, right? And you know I'm thinking and talking at the same time. They're trying to get an easy fix, okay? Add that to the fact that they don't even know what they're doing. And as I tried to explain, right? This is just in my opinion because now I've never balanced the national budget. I've never done that, okay? But just bear with me, right? Because I'm just going to tell you from what I've studied and from what I've actually done. Okay, so you know anybody that's ever been in management or whatever, right? You know you have to balance your budget, right? Anybody that's ever been a business owner, you have to balance your budget. Anybody ever been head of household, you know if you have a budget, you have to balance that, right? Check this out. When you're a bit, and I explained this on the wall, but I'll go over it again, right? When you're a business owner, you're pretty much dealing with whatever comes in on that accounting sheet, right? And depending on what kind of company you're working with, right? You also have to um, take into account, like, you know, people who may be out on leave and vacation, things of that nature, right? You know, all that extra stuff, what I like to call, you know, personality, right? Or factors or very, you know, it's really factors, right? So you have to deal with some of that stuff, right? But that's real simple, right? You just make sure somebody's here to cover that or whatever. If your business runs like that, sometimes you can get away with, you know, that person being gone, you know, a week or whatever, and the work could just, you know, resume when that person gets back, right? So it's not that big a deal, right? But when you have personality, meaning, and so I'm gonna call that the American people, you have homelessness, you have everyday occurrences that may happen in America that may impose some type of um, a hardship there where feds have to kick in, like something that where FEMA have to pay out, maybe like a natural disaster that happens or whatever, stuff like that, right? You have that, those type of things you can't really anticipate. You can kind of forecast for it, right? You just put enough to the side, or you know make an allowance for it, right? Have it in some kind of pot or whatever. Again, this is just in my opinion how I'm thinking. um Most companies work, right? And I kind of know that the government kind of um, do it like that, but of course they have a much more sophisticated way of doing it, and it's very specific. But I'm just giving you an idea, right? So you have all that. If you are a business owner, making sure you have coverage on the phones and things of that nature, whatever, that pales in comparison to having things that can take place in America that can impose a hardship on a resource in America, right? And not and then you also have your foreign resources, okay? You got to add that in too. You cannot run America just like you run your business. Remember when he ran for office before, that was one of the draw that got him a whole bunch of support, because they wanted America ran like a business. Where if you are a business owner, that sounds good in theory, but unfortunately, that's not how it's going to work as the president of America. It's not. It's not going to. President of the United States. It's not going to. It's not how it's going to work, because you have so much other responsibilities that is outside of running an actual business. And you don't know about those responsibilities and how to budget them, and how to, you know, manipulate the resources and all that type of stuff. You don't know that until you get there to the, till you get on the job. And unfortunately, if you was never in politics, you don't know how those things work. So you come in thinking, oh, I just run it like I run a business. Not a problem. So what you do when you're a business owner, you can be like, okay, I can shut this area down. I can do this. I can do that. Whatever. I can take a department all the way down to zero, or I can just cut it in half. I can move them around resources, things of that nature, right? And by me doing that, I'll see an immediate return. I see an immediate change. If I have to fire the whole department, I can always call it temporary Businesses that do that. I'm pretty sure y'all familiar with businesses that do that because there's a savings there. But I don't think Trump and Elon it was has even given restructuring and reorganization and those R's I mentioned on the wall even a thought. They just going in and just taking it down to zero, cutting it out, alleviating this, looking for any and every penny that they could just either recoup, save, shit. Hell, they're not thinking of, they're not, they don't even have a, so if they were to sit down and to actually put together a well thought out plan, some sort of policy, one, that would take a little more time, and two, they got to figure out how to do it. Okay, they act like they don't have that kind of time. And because they want to make such an impact in those first 100 days, because he done promised all this extra shit or whatever, this is the route they chose to go. It has everything to do with their budget. That's why none of this is making sense. And as Judge Judy always say, when it don't make sense, it's not true. He's trying to do his big. Let me translate it for the streets. He's trying to do his big. And I'm telling you, I may be wrong, and I may be ambitious, and I may be giving some people. No, I'm not. Scratch that. I'll just leave it to the people I know. I believe, and I'm here to talk. I'm going to talk my big trash, okay? Because I believe in my people. I believe, hell, shit. I mean, I believe they lock us in a room, they'll get me, Mo, the rest of my little information specialists over here. Hell, I think we'll do a better damn job than they could. Now, of course, I'm lying, but I'm just saying. At least I would consider the shit that affect Americans, right? They're not considering that. All they know is that they're trying to deliver on some shit ain't nobody asked them for. Because, see, they had time, right? Because remember, the eggs was elevated or whatever, but fine, we could have dealt with that because we've been dealing with it until you came out with a cohesive plan that may be gradually, got the budget down. But no, you're talking about slapping tariffs on those people. You know why you slapping tariffs on them? Because you're trying to bring in money. ain't no penalty. You're not fooling me, baby. It's coming to me as I'm thinking. That's why I'm stumbling and whatever, because you know I'm thinking and talking at the same goddamn time. You're bringing in money. You automatically think that a whole bunch of money, you're thinking that the number 1 and 2 issue is immigration and the damn budget. And I'm talking about Trump. When I put up the charts and all of that, and if that was not the truth. And see, and here's the thing, right? You have a lot of polished white folk, and and I ain't saying nothing bad about them, but they don't recognize game. I can see all through this bullshit. You're using fentanyl and oh, we so mad at Canada and all this here. And we willing to step on the toes of this person and act like a damn fool and whatever and do this whatever. And you really don't want to give Zelensky the damn money anyway. No, you don't want to do none of that shit. You know why? You know why you do make all them smoke screens and shit like that? They try to make it seem like it's something when it's something else. You trying to bring in some goddamn money. I got your ass. I'm trying to tell you. Ain't shit I can't figure out. I'm telling you that now. Other than how to, put shit together. And I'm not going to do that anyway. Okay? I'm never putting together no chair, no table, no shit like that. I'm not doing that. Okay? That's what it is. It's a whole goddamn smoke screen. This absolutely makes sense to me. It's a whole game. And they don't care if we have to pay $50 for some goddamn chicken. You don't care nothing about that. All they know is they want to be able to report something so astonishing that the numbers are so great and watch. If I tell you a duck and pull a truck, shut up and hook the sucker up, I'm telling you, that's what it is. How is it that Canada, right? Now you heard the man say they working pretty well together when he was 45. Now all of a sudden, hell, he done put poor Mr. Justin on goddamn call block. The hell? I knew I was on the AIS. That's why I started following what I was following. All you have to do is have a little bit of training, right? A little bit. And you know where to jump in and start where to look at, where to start observing that, right? People that's new in the game, they like to, well, they like to, they don't have no choice but to start their observation at the very, 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 very beginning. old folk like me, I can jump in anywhere. Because, people that, but it's best, so let me tell you the right way. It's best to start from the beginning, right? That way you can, go through your process of elimination as you go and, make sure you have your timeline right and so on and so forth, whatever. That is the correct way. Okay. You know me. I don't have time, to be doing all that. I can jump in at anywhere. I know I've been on my process of elimination in my goddamn head. And I, jump in. But yeah, that's what it is. That's exactly what he's trying to do. Got nothing to do with no damn fentanyl. That man says 1%. You have to listen to what these people are saying. You have to listen to what the real data is, right? The hard numbers. That man said 1% was here. He's confused. Who was the other? Who else had the? My queen. I don't know. Sometime you with your information. Who was the other country put the tariffs on? And remember, I told you it was the people that we owe the most money to. And he tried to say that the other countries, he gonna slap a tariff on them too. The ones that owe us. I scratch that. I'm not sure exactly what he said, but I know he said like some other little countries he's gonna slap a tariff on them too. If I'm not mistaken, I think he said that. But let me see. Mexico, right? So you put it on Mexico. And China. Okay. And another thing, because I'm gonna tell y'all right now, I'm gonna tell you, don't do as I do as I say, because I'm gonna tell you the right way. I'm gonna, I'm always take shortcuts. Because the thing about it is, when you've been an observationist and solutionist, when you are, you got to know what questions to ask and shit like that, right? But if you do it from the beginning, you just start from the beginning. You ask beginning like questions. But so. Now I told y'all, we are thinking at the next level or on a level 2 and above. So if I'm saying stuff that don't make no sense, it's probably because it's not for you. It's not for you to make sense out of. I'm not doing any of that remedial speak. I think we've when it comes to law, I have went over some of the same things over and over and over and over and over and over and over. So I'm not interested in going over it again. I was going over it because, just to make sure, you understand it and retain it. But if you don't get it, if you ain't got it by now, we on to the next. So, but Anyway, and I'm a little sleepy, so I'm all over the place. I'm back on politics now. Hold on for a minute. So let me see. China. So, okay. China response to China. Okay, so okay, now now I want to see what China's response is to the tariffs.
China now saying that they will look to impose tariffs on some U.S. goods as well. What else do we know about the China response to the U.S. tariffs?
Yes, again, going exactly by the playbook, like clockwork at 1 p.m. Seconds after that, China released its slew of countermeasures, pretty extensive this time round compared to the previous round in February. They're targeting up to 15% tariffs on a list of U.S. goods. I'm just going to go through them very quickly. 10% on pork, beef, soybean, sorghum, fruits, vegetables, and dairy products. The one on soybean, of course, had been highly anticipated. And 15% tariffs on wheat, cotton, chicken, and corn. So all of these are agricultural commodities. I would say that they are largely still less than proportional to the scale of the US tariffs, because we're talking about 10 to 15% tariffs from China versus 20% from Trump if you count in the first 10% plus the second round of 10%. And you look at the scale of it, the range of the goods covered. US tariffs cover all Chinese goods, but the Chinese tariffs are targeting specific sectors, mainly the agricultural sector. So it's a clear message here. While it's impactful, but China is signaling that they are open to negotiations. That was as much what the NPC spokesperson said at the presser earlier, that they're hoping that they can resolve these trade issues through consultations. Now, aside from tariffs, China also targeted other non-tariff measures, including adding 10 firms to a U.S. unreliable entity list, as well as prohibiting the sale of dual-use items to 15 U.S. entities. And of course, one of their favorite methods, which is to file a complaint to the WTO as well. But again, very clear signal that from the NPC spokesperson that they believe that bilateral trade is win-win for both sides, and they want to resolve this through negotiations.
Yeah, thanks for bringing the additional analysis to us, because we were trying to wrap our heads around the reaction in Asian markets today and the fact that a lot of these Asian indices have actually bounced back. A case of buy the rumor, sell the fact, and perhaps because the response was not as powerful as some people thought it was going to be. Just quickly, Min Min, how does this set us up for the NPC in the coming days?
Well, the NPC, I mean, of course, tomorrow is the government work report by Li Qiang that we are paying attention to, where he will outline the key economic targets for the year. We talked about that yesterday, the growth target, inflation target, and the stimulus measures. But again, as I mentioned, tariffs, the countermeasures has already been announced. What's next now is the negotiations, the back channel communications, and the high-level talk that hasn't really happened. We're waiting to see how that would change the calculus when it comes to trade. But China is really focused on building the resilience of its domestic economy to boost domestic consumption to counter the risk of tariffs.
China will soon impose an additional tariff of 15% on some U.S. goods after President Trump ordered an additional 10% tariff on all imports from the country.
Janice Mackey-Fryer explains how it's going to hurt Hoosier farmers and others all across this country.
China wasted no time in retaliating against the new U.S. tariffs, announcing their own tariffs on American food and effectively telling 15 companies they can no longer do business here without special permission. It's a big hit for American farmers, especially in the Midwest, who export a lot to China. It's the largest food importer in the world. Chicken, wheat, corn, cotton, all subject to a 15% tariff and 10% tariffs on sorghum, soybeans, pork, beef, fruit, vegetables, dairy, aquatic products. The levies take effect on March the 10th, which is a sign that Beijing is allowing some time and maybe room for negotiation. But there has been very little communication between the two sides since President Trump announced tariffs last month. Together, there's now 20% on nearly all Chinese goods. The White House says it's about fentanyl, accusing China of doing too little to stop the flow of it into the U.S., something Chinese officials here take great exception to, pointing to counter-narcotics cooperation with U.S. officials. Beijing is also warning the U.S. about using tariffs as a national security tool and say the Trump administration right now doesn't appear to know what China wants. China's foreign ministry has called the tariffs blackmail, and they've hinted that they may curtail or even cut off counter-narcotics cooperation, which is something that's happened before. Overall, the message from the leadership here appears to be that unilateral tariffs don't work, and ultimately it will be U.S. businesses and consumers who will pay the price. Janice Mackey-Fryer, NBC News, Beijing.
Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? He's accusing China of the same thing he accused Canada. The goddamn film. They saying it don't make sense. They said, no, we have measures in place that we work directly with you in order to manage that. It's a goddamn lie. This one lying ass motherfucker. And you heard when he told the farmers it's gonna be a little rough. And you heard the lady go down the list of goods, right? Chicken and all of that. No, I didn't vote for Trump. They voted for Trump. I was smart enough not to vote for Trump. The problem is, this is what y'all voted for. That's the problem. See, I was smart enough to care. See, I'm not one of them ignorant folks. It doesn't take a rocket science to say, yeah, we can't do nothing about it. We could have done something about it. How about that? And I'm not yelling at you, Mark Wynn. I'm not yelling at you, but I'm just saying of a lot of the ignorance that you'll hear all over the internet or what have you. You know, understand what I'm saying? But never with nobody I know, because I don't deal with ignorant ass folks. You understand what I'm saying? This could have been prevented. And I said this Why would I say ignorance, lack of education, unintelligent, all that is going to ruin America. We gonna have to get y'all ass up out of here. Not you, my queen. I'm just talking, speaking out, because now I'm getting upset. We can, the people who got half a brain and a half a heart that care about the next man and all that extra shit or whatever, we can't be assembled with these rest of these motherfuckers, because it's gonna be a problem. It's already a fucking problem. They too ignorant and stupid and selfish, and the list goes fucking on. I don't like their ass. I'm gonna tell you that now. I can't do it. Cause let me tell you something. One thing, it takes too long for an ignorant motherfucker to learn. You got to sit there and talk. You know, some of them they don't get it. Now here's the thing, right? You have some people where they may not know a lot of stuff, right? But they're willing to get educated on the matter, get some understanding. And if you are the expert on that matter out of both of y'all, they'll roll with you. They'll okay, I'll let you lead the way. And if they know something more than you, then I'm smart enough to let them lead the way. That's how it works. That makes sense. No, we left the election. We turned the election over to a bunch of dumb motherfuckers. Oh, let me blow my nose so I can finish cussing. They're not going to they're not going to care until it affects them. But here's the thing, right? You have a lot of people, okay? You got a lot of hustlers and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Or if the chicken goes up to $50 or whatever, shit, they just go and steal it or whatever. Everybody ain't living like that. Everybody don't have no hustle money. So now it ain't gonna make no motherfucking difference to no motherfucking hustle motherfuckers. Shit. Hell, y'all got motherfuckers coming through the neighborhood with chicken in the trunk and shit. We ain't got that. People that was flooded out in North Carolina are Trump lovers. Yeah. I wanted them to show us whether or not they clap for that kid, because I hope that they didn't sit there and not clap for the kid and the other people, even some of those bills that were signed in, like where a couple of them lost their sister or something to violence from immigrants and stuff like that. But I mean, and my thing is, yeah, we'll probably get through it. When it may be hard, and then we don't know what's coming. So I can't even say, yeah, we'll be all right, whatever. I mean, I'm being premature in saying that because I don't know what effects it'll take. We don't know what will happen with healthcare. We see goods are going up, probably services are going to go up. We don't know, but we don't know. We don't know the impact on American businesses, foreign. We don't know. But I know one thing I don't have. I ain't got no damn hustle money. And the hustles that I do goddamn have is legit. Ignorant ass people. You know, I've never been, well, I used to be selfish. No. I wasn't selfish. I was just spoiled. But even if I'm able to weather the storm, I have neighbors that may not. You never know. And here's the thing, it may come a time where a year or two into this crap, I may be, I may have to uh I may experience some kind of hardship or whatever. What I'm gonna do then? I can't afford no $50 chicken. I'm crying about $25 chicken. It's insane. God. Mm-mm. It's when I put myself in a bubble and I'm aloof and I don't know, I don't have a clue as to what's going on. I'm operating within my group of friends, family, and families, and my people. You understand what I'm saying? Uh, I don't, you know, have a lot of, you know, shit. I don't have a lot of regrets. I don't have a lot of, you know, when I stuck my head in the sand and stayed away from politics for them years, I didn't even know what was going on in local politics because I was just, you know what I'm saying? I didn't have any regrets after that, right? I didn't know anything to regret. But when you open yourself back up and you run into all these people and then you get back in the listening in on the news cycle and so on and so forth, you actually get filled with regrets. And I can honestly say I regret even acknowledging a bunch of people's existence on this earth. I can honestly say that. I can honestly say I regret even started back following this damn political shit. Even how I have started back. I really regret it because what happens is I start to feel pity for others. You start watching and listening to, a lot of these sorrowful stories where normally I'll just, just write a check to, not write a check, but, make a donation to my normal charities and run my own charity and be done with it, and I don't know what's going on, right? But when you start to become more of a part of what's going on, meaning you're out there, you interacting and things of that nature, that should tear you up. You know, my daughter, I'm taking my daughter all the time when we go and do whatever for charity, whether it's delivering food personally, Christmas, whatever it is, right? And I have some of the best friends and family around. But I put them, and I said this a long time ago, I put my friends, family, and friend base up against, and my exes up against anybody without even knowing what you're dealing with, who you have in your list of loved ones, and they all will go and help. They, I mean, whatever it is, they help out. And this is how amazing people are. Not on this platform, God, no, not here, but on my regular platform. But people I met online, on my regular platforms, whatever. Of course, the charity and all that stuff is out and whatever, right? Everybody know whatever. There were people was signing up, helping out people online. And when I mean signing up to help out, I'm talking about playing like major roles. I have people actually functioning as me, meaning they have the ability to sign, the money out or whatever. That's what I'm talking about. People I've never physically met. Straight up and down, I swear for God. Running major part. Well, I don't really don't have to do nothing. I really don't have to do nothing. I be, to be honest, a lot of times I be off, helping other organizations and things of that nature. It gives me an opportunity to network and stuff like that. But still, though, and I have no idea how I manage. Well, I know how I did it, but how I manage to meet some of the best people online like that. I'm not talking about here. I'm talking about away from here. I have no idea. I got a lady in California holds California down. Okay, holds it down. I have no North Carolina running. I mean, events, whatever. And see, and here I'm gonna start talking about key to the city man. I try to tell key to the city man, you have to, or you should, because of how his is set up, you need to have a year-round fundraising effort to fund your charity because you got a lot going on. And you catering to a bunch of um, a bunch of people who who really, really, need assistance. I mean, it's a lot, right? And I do remember I told y'all. I remember that one live I had, and I was on live, and I had gotten a email, a text from him because he needed help, and I forgot how much money I raised just on that live that night. I remember who gave. Yeah, and I sent them everything y'all had gave me plus mine. Surely did. But he's always last minute and stuff like that. And because, he y'all heard how he talk. he don't, he'll swear he have the business sense and all that, but nah, bro. You ain't gonna stress me out. But so you have to, and I brought him a bunch of people to help out. Man, I don't want to get into that. Y'all, I get stressed every time I go to shaking every time I talk about that situation. But yeah, but but I do not know how I got so lucky. I don't know how to get so lucky. Because you have people that people are problematic, but somehow I managed to attract the best. I've never had an issue for as like, not being able to trust or whatever. Very self-sufficient. And it's wonderful. It's a wonderful, 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 wonderful thing, right? And you got to understand, California is huge. And I'm not saying I got no big old big no. We're very, very small, of course. But we meet our goals and our objectives. You understand what I'm saying? And I have a grant writer and stuff like that, but good luck with that with this nut in there. You understand what I'm saying? And she's not my own personal grant writer. That's just who I use. She write grants for a lot of people, but so you have that bucket of money, and we raise money other ways, but yeah. And see the difference between I get triggered because I have flashbacks. See, he take on a whole lot and then can't meet his goals and objectives. And the thing about it is, he don't even have like goals and objectives set in advance so you can work to it. And what I mean by that, right? It may be a week or two. Sometimes, if you're lucky, it's 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks by the time I get involved or whatever. Because I'm asking them, have y'all done this? Have you did this? And you have to be careful with him because sometimes he be acting like you trying to take over. That's why I like dealing with black people. See, I'm going, listen, every time I go to talk about him, I got to listen. That's why y'all ain't hear nothing about Key City Man until I messed around and talked to him that night. And then I'm like, darn, that stressed me out. He stressed me out, baby. But, you, Oh my gosh. I just, but with a lot of these people, these voters and these non-voters are the ones that this was actually what I was supposed to be talking about. I went down a whole alley. These voters and these non-voters are the ones that put us in this particular bind. And you got people who supported him losing their jobs. But remember now, he was supposed to be improving and employing always American jobs and this, that, whatever. How you talking about you going to improve it and do this whatever when you contributing to unemployment? That's crazy. That is crazy, but it has nothing to do with it. But see, think about it now. Listen, he's up there talking about saving the jobs and bringing back jobs and doing this, whatever. Yet you and Mr. Elon, y'all contributing too because they don't care nothing about that. It's about that budget. It's about the budget. So weird. So weird. I'm serious, y'all. I'm serious. I don't. Oh my gosh. When I hadn't been on here for a little minute and was looking at them reality shows and stuff like that, I was at peace because this foolishness just. And then check this out right here. Then you heard him say, about getting rid of the woke and all of that. What's woke geared to? When he was talking about Elon them going through finding all that money that was going here, going there, well, where was that money going? What type of people? It's not the white people that's woke. They're not running around talking about they woke. Like it's crazy. It's crazy, y'all. I'm trying to tell you. The agenda, the things that they are tackling first are the things that's on the agenda, on his agenda. He is not fooling me about no goddamn fentanyl and all that. He make it seem like people dying like COVID numbers of the damn fentanyl. And let me see what the numbers are with that fentanyl and the deaths. Hold on for a minute. Let me see. Drug overdose. Oh, me. fentanyl overdose death rising in the U.S. Hold on now. In 2022, fentanyl was responsible for 200 deaths every day in 2022. Over 250,000 Americans have died from fentanyl overdose since 2018. That was written in 2023. Why all the numbers are stopping in 2022? I mean, he's acting like it's a. I mean, give me 2024 numbers. Okay. The decline is almost entirely in synthetic opioids such as fentanyl, for which the CDC estimates 79,815 deaths between September 2022 and August 2023, and 57,997 from September 2023 to August 2024. So it was a decline. I'm over it. I am so over it. You know what? I'm done. I'm done. It was a decline, y'all. I'm gonna put this information on the board. It was a decline. Now, granted, one death is too many, right? But he's acting as if, it's just such a. And he's allegedly punishing these countries because he's saying the fentanyl is coming in off the border. So why would you punish the country? Are you saying that they're not helping? Yeah. I'm gonna get it together. I'm gonna think about it a little while, and I'm gonna see if I can get some data. I'll put it on the board. He lying. He is lying. My nose is stopped up here. I'm gonna get it together. I just gotta think of answer every question that I have right now. Put it together, because that'll make no damn sense. It says it was on a decline. Shabuka. Y'all, I'm gonna have to go. I'm getting upset. My nose is stopped up. So hey, I sure appreciate y'all. Hey, make sure you do something good for yourself and someone else. Make today a good day and tomorrow an even better day. And honey, I got to go and get up out of here. I'm going to take y'all with me. Peace out. Love y'all. Be safe.